Universitas Suryakancana dari waktu ke waktu semakin terus mengembangkan sayapnya. Adalah yang pertama program studi ilmu hukum, yang kedua program studi pendidikan bahasa Indonesia, pendidikan matematika, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, pendidikan bahasa Inggris, dan pendidikan olahraga. Dari Fakultas Teknik kita memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu program studi teknik sipil, program studi teknik industri, dan program studi teknik informatika. Pada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam kita mempunyai 3 program studi manajemen pendidikan Islam, ekonomi syariah, dan perbankan syariah. Serta dari Fakultas Sains dan Terapan kita mempunyai 2 program studi, yaitu program studi agroteknologi dan agrobisnis. Salah satu program studi yang sudah terakreditasi A yaitu program studi ilmu hukum. Pada sisi lain, kita pun terus mengembangkan kepada kemahasiswaan dengan peningkatan berbagai beasiswa, baik itu beasiswa peningkatan prestasi akademik, beasiswa bidik misi, dan beasiswa-beasiswa lain yang bisa digunakan oleh mereka, termasuk beasiswa yang sebelumnya adalah beasiswa siklus. Kurikulum yang sudah dilaksanakan di unsur itu sudah merancang untuk berbasis KKNI, sehingga pada semua program studi mereka mempersiapkan untuk proses pembelajaran yang merujuk pada standar pendidikan tinggi, standar nasional pendidikan tinggi, yaitu Permendikbud nomor 44 tahun 2015. Nah, berkenaan dengan itu, maka kita akan selalu mempersiapkan segala hal yang memang diperlukan untuk pengembangan kurikulum, termasuk di dalamnya bagaimana kita melakukan proses pelaksanaan selain ijazah, dan juga kita mempersiapkan untuk kelengkapan SKPI-nya. Pada tahun ini alhamdulillah unsur juga mengeluarkan para wisudawan atau sarjana dengan semuanya sudah menggunakan ijazah yang menggunakan PIN, penomoran induk nasional. Ternyata di beberapa perguruan tinggi di Indonesia itu hanya baru beberapa, dan di Jawa Barat baru unsur yang melaksanakan program melalui ijazah yang menggunakan penomoran induk nasional. Di sisi lain juga kita terus mengembangkan dari dosen yang diperlukan untuk pengembangan setiap program studi. Kita menyadari sebuah kewajiban bahwa dosen paling tidak di setiap program studi memiliki 6 dosen tetap yang mempunyai kualifikasi pendidikan minimal S2 dan mempunyai jabatan fungsional, sehingga tahun ini kita sudah memperhatikan pengembangan tersebut dengan juga terus meningkatkan mutu mereka melalui jabatan akademik dosen, sehingga mereka selain sudah memenuhi persyaratan tadi, diharapkan juga terus meningkatkan akademiknya melalui peningkatan mutu akademik. Dan selanjutnya mereka pun tahun sekarang sudah beberapa dosen yang sudah lulus sertifikasi dosen, sehingga hanya tinggal beberapa orang lagi yang belum tersertifikasi dengan mendapatkan sertifikasi dosen itu.
Sige na masuk liwat nila. Liwat nila. Audio orang.
Pendidikan adalah senjata paling ampuh yang dapat Anda gunakan untuk mengubah dunia. Nelson Mandela. Program studi bahasa Inggris hadir sebagai platform yang menjadi jembatan menuju dunia melalui ilmu pengetahuan dan pendidikan. Merupakan satu dari 5 program studi yang ada di FGIP Universitas Suryakancana sebagai program studi terbaru yang berdiri sejak 1 Februari 2012 yang berkat komitmen, integritas, dan dedikasi tinggi program studi ini telah mendapatkan peringkat akreditasi B dari BNPT karena dinilai telah memiliki kemampuan untuk mencapai visi misinya, menjadi prodi yang berstandar internasional dan menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional di bidangnya. Sebagai sebuah program studi baru namun memiliki mahasiswa dengan jumlah sangat signifikan di FGIP, Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berkomitmen pada pembentukan lulusan yang mampu bersaing terutama di bidang pengajaran bahasa Inggris di era revolusi Industri 4.0. Untuk mencapainya, Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris ditunjang dengan fasilitas sarana dan prasarana yang mendukung seperti ruang perkuliahan yang memadai dan telah dilengkapi dengan LCD proyektor sebagai media pembelajaran dan juga dilengkapi dengan koneksi internet. Laboratorium bahasa sebagai fasilitas yang menunjang proses pembelajaran bahasa seperti listening comprehension, interpreting, conversation, TOEFL, dan berbagai tes kebahasaan lainnya. Laboratorium komputer ditunjukkan untuk meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa di bidang teknologi informasi untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran dan juga meningkatkan soft skill. Untuk mewadahi mahasiswa yang memiliki minat dan bakat di bidang olahraga, terdapat berbagai fasilitas olahraga seperti stadion mini, lapangan basket, lapangan voli, badminton, dan wall climbing. auditorium sebagai pusat kegiatan fakultas seperti seminar, pelatihan, pentas seni, dan berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa. Gedung perpustakaan merupakan fasilitas terbaru dengan koleksi buku dan referensi yang memadai. FKIP juga memiliki ruang micro-teaching yang menggunakan mahasiswa untuk praktik mengajar. Mahasiswa Prodi Bahasa Inggris telah meraih banyak prestasi di berbagai bidang baik tingkat nasional dan internasional.
Menjadi bagian dari mahasiswa pendidikan bahasa Inggris adalah pilihan yang tepat bagi saya dan juga memberikan banyak sekali manfaat. Melalui lingkungan belajar yang nyaman, fasilitas yang lengkap membantu mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi yang dimiliki. Selain itu, dosen-dosen yang berpengalaman dan ahli di bidangnya selalu membimbing kami untuk menyalurkan potensi agar menjadi prestasi. Seperti pada tahun 2017, saya berhasil menjadi finalis Duta Bahasa Jawa Barat, dan pada tahun 2018, saya berhasil menjadi mahasiswa berprestasi kelima tingkat Kopertis, Koordinasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta, Wilayah 4 Jawa Barat dan Banten.
Berada di program studi bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu hal yang sangat saya syukuri. Selain saya diajarkan untuk berbahasa Inggris sebagai bahasa internasional dan untuk berkomunikasi dengan dunia yang lebih luas lagi, dosen-dosen di bahasa Inggris pun memiliki networking yang sangat luas. Bukan hanya sebagai tenaga pendidik, tapi juga dosen-dosen di Prodi Bahasa Inggris menjadi mentor dan pembimbing bagi saya, sehingga bisa mengantarkan saya menjadi salah satu delegasi Indonesia dalam program pertukaran pemuda antar negara Indonesia-Korea Selatan.
Prodi Bahasa Inggris memiliki keunggulan dosen dengan kapasitas yang sangat baik, sesuai dengan tridharma perguruan tinggi, baik pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, serta merupakan lulusan perguruan tinggi negeri dengan pengembangan metode belajar terbaru yang komunikatif, humanis, modern, dan inovatif.
Sudah banyak prestasi yang diraih oleh program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP Universitas Suryakancana, seperti terakreditasi B oleh BNPT, mendapatkan hibah revitalisasi program studi pada tahun 2017, hibah PDS pada tahun 2018, hibah PKP PB.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. Hi, Mr. Combe. Thank you for answering our invitations and also all the participants and the presenters. We are about to begin in a few moments. We are still waiting for our Dean to join the Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Rija, our rector, who has been joining us very early in the morning. Bapak Saiful Mila, good morning. Ibu Siti, good morning. Everyone, good morning. Hopefully you have had your breakfast already because we are going to have a very long journey on today's conference. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to say thank you very much for joining us today. So we are still waiting for our team to join the room. Thank you.
QR muka aku aja masih gini tahu setengah. Ya, oke.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya selaku Rektor Universitas Suryakancana Cianjur mengucapkan selamat dalam pembuatan profil Universitas Suryakancana Cianjur. Mudah-mudahan profil ini bisa memberikan gambaran secara umum kepada masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat Kabupaten Cianjur dan sekitarnya. Mudah-mudahan unsur ini bisa lebih dikenal di kalangan yang lebih luas, baik regional, nasional maupun internasional. Saya sangat bangga sebagai Rektor Universitas Suryakancana bahwa unsur sudah berkembang demikian pesat, dan untuk yang akan datang, unsur akan selalu berkembang dan berkembang terus hingga menjadi perguruan tinggi yang dapat dipercaya oleh masyarakat di seluruh Indonesia. Universitas Suryakancana sesuai dengan visi dan misinya pada tahun 2031 akan menjadi perguruan tinggi yang bertaraf internasional. Maka saat ini kita merintis ke sana dalam rangka melakukan kerjasama dengan beberapa institusi dan perguruan tinggi di luar negeri, seperti dengan Lille Catholic University dari Prancis, Saxon di Belanda, dan beberapa di Spanyol, dan juga di Malaysia, serta di Australia dan Korea, serta Jepang. Dan bahkan yang dari Jepang ini kita sudah melakukan kerjasama yang sangat erat. Mahasiswa kita sudah magang di sana selama 2 tahun, dan 13 orang sudah kembali ke Indonesia, khususnya di Universitas Suryakancana, untuk menyelesaikan sarjananya. Saya kira untuk yang datang, kerjasama akan kita tingkatkan dan akan menjadi suatu kerjasama yang saling menguntungkan antara Universitas Suryakancana dengan pihak penyelenggara yang lain. Khususnya juga dengan Australia di Adelaide, kita sudah kirim satu mahasiswa dari Faster untuk melakukan magang. Mudah-mudahan ini juga bisa berguna untuk kita semuanya, dan ini juga menjadi kebanggaan masyarakat Cianjur.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to begin the conference, maybe we kindly ask you to take your seats. For participants who are able to do so, please turn on your camera. However, if you are currently engaged in other activities, you may keep your camera turned off to avoid any visual disturbance. Please also ensure that your microphone is muted throughout this session. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Before we begin today's conference, we would like to seek your cooperation in maintaining a comfortable and orderly virtual environment. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode and avoid unnecessary distraction during the session. Mute your microphone when you are not speaking at the very bottom left corner.
Belum kedengar sama yang
Open your webcam, dress appropriately, and please use the virtual background provided or use an appropriate photo if you won't be appearing. Use your pre-designated display name according to the code with your real name attached. Go to the participant list and find your name, choose more, and rename. Do not share screen and operate annotation. Send questions in the chat box. State full name.
Report any technical issues to the committee through the chat box with the committee label right after the name. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
We would also like to remind all the participants to use the display name format that has been provided by the committee. For participants, please use PR, room number, _ full name. For presenters, please use SR, room number, _ full name.
Should you require any assistance, you may contact our committee members whose display names are as follows: IT team, IT _ full name. Committee, committee _ full name. Moderator, MR, room number _ full name. Operator, OP, room number _ full name. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessing to us all.
Shalom,
Om Swastiastu.
Namo Buddhaya.
Wididongchen.
The Honorable Regent of Cianjur, Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Ferdian, SPOG.
The Honorable Rector of Suryakancana University, Professor Dr. Dwija Priyatno, SH.MH, SPN.
The Honorable Vice Rectors of Suryakancana University.
The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Dr. Munawara Is, MPD.
The Honorable Director of Postgraduate Program, Dr. Iep Chandra Hermawan, MPD.
The Honorable Head of the Community Service Board, Dr. Trini Handayani, SH.MH.
The Honorable Deans and Vice Deans of all faculties.
The Honorable Head of the English Education Study Program, Dr. Jauhar Helmi, SSM.
Distinguished keynote and invited speakers.
Respected lecturers,
esteemed committee members,
and all presenters and participants of iConnects 2026.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Education of Suryakancana, iConnects 2026.
Organized by the English Education Study Program, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Suryakancana University.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Salsa Alivia Utami.
And I'm Salma Amalia Arum. We'll be your host of today's conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aligns with the vision of Suryakancana University to become an excellent university in the development of science, technology, and religion, producing human resources ready to face global challenges by 2036.
Therefore, the theme of iConnects 2026 is Enhancing Literacy in a Multicultural Era, Applied Linguistics for Empowerment and Innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our sincere great appreciation to our sponsor.
Our heartfelt thanks go to
Skybridge Learning Center,
Kopitarium,
Rumah
juga nggak ada
Alifah,
moderator.
and FQ.
for their generous part in making this conference possible.
We would also like to extend our gratitude to all media partners for their valuable support and cooperation.
Iya, aku mau langsung.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of iConnects 2026 will proceed with the following agenda.
First is the opening.
Second, singing of the Indonesian National Anthem.
Third, singing of the March of the English Education Study Program.
Fourth, report from the chair of the organizing committee.
Fifth, report from the chair of the steering committee.
Sixth, welcoming remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training.
Seventh, welcoming remarks from the rector of Suryakancana University.
Eighth, official opening by the region of Cianjur.
And lastly, the special performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's conference, let us say Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next agenda.
Let us stand by for the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Next, we will have the singing of the March of the English Education Study Program, performed by the English Education Study Program Choir.
Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, mari wujudkan visi dan misi FKIP Unsur berdasarkan Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45. Kembangkan kompetensi untuk berkomunikasi, gunakan bahasa dengan baik, gunakan bahasa dengan benar untuk pengabdian pada nusa bangsa di bawah naungan Sang Panji, di Dharma Perguruan Tinggi. Semoga pendidikan bahasa Inggris berjaya selamanya. Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, mari wujudkan dan misi FKIP Unsur berdasarkan Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45. Kembangkan kompetensi untuk berkomunikasi, gunakan bahasa dengan baik, gunakan bahasa dengan benar untuk pengabdian pada nusa bangsa di bawah naungan Sang Panji, di Dharma Perguruan Tinggi. berjaya selamanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next agenda.
The report from the chair of the organizing committee will now be delivered. Therefore, we would like to invite Mr. Damar Muhammad Shawwal as the chair of the organizing committee to present his report. To Mr. Damar Muhammad Shawwal, the floor is yours.
Am I clear? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessings for us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, greetings of virtue. The Honorable, the Regent of Cianjur, Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Ferdian, SPOG. The Honorable, the Rector of Suryakancana University, Professor Dr. Wija Priyatno, SH, MH, SPN. The Honorable, the First, Second, and Vice Rectors of Suryakancana University. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Dr. Munawwarois, MPD. The Honorable, the Director of Postgraduate of Suryakancana University, Dr. Iep Chandra Hermawan, MPD. The Honorable Head of the Community Service Board, Dr. Trini Handayani, SH, MH. The respective Deans and Vice Deans of Faculty of Suryakancana University. The Honorable Head of the English Education Study Program, Dr. Jauhar Helmi, SS, MHUM. The Honorable Lecturers of English Education Study Program. The Honorable all Rectors of Suryakancana University. The Honorable the Keynote and invited speakers of iConnects 2026. The respective committee of iConnects 2026. The Honorable the speakers and also the participants of iConnects 2026. A very good morning for you all. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm proud to virtually welcome everyone to Cianjur, Indonesia, to the third iConnects, or International Conference on Education of Suryakancana, held by English Education Study Program, Suryakancana University, Indonesia. It is such an honor for us all to be able to welcome presenters and participants from various cities in Indonesia and beyond to join this year's event. The conference attempts to create a space where researchers and practitioners can exchange academic knowledge and create networks among scholars with same or similar interests. This year's theme, Enhancing Literacy in a Multicultural Era, applied linguistics for empowerment and innovation, and have attracted around 261 online presenters and 6 non-presenting participants from various cities. Our keynote speakers have considered these topics and we look forward to hearing a variety of perspectives in ELT and beyond. We warmly welcome the keynote speakers, Professor A. Aminuddin Aziz, MA, PhD, as the head of the National Library of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Ice Khadijah, MA, as a Board of Experts, Center for Education and Policy Studies, and Colm Peter Down, MA, from British ELT and Professional Communication Consultant. And for the invited speakers, there are Mr. Dr. Muhammad Nur Salehuddin Sarifuddin from University Putra Malaysia, and lastly, Ms. Badriah MPD, a superintendent of Regional 6 Education Office Branch in West Java. This year's conference
Ini kita harus lihat saya juga.
Thank you, Mr. Damar, for the report.
This year's conference is made possible by dedication and hard work of the committee, my friends, and the beloved fifth semester students of English Education Study Program, guided by our lecturer. And of course, the support from the university, faculty, and study program. And all of our media partners and sponsors, IKF KIP, Skybridge Learning Center, Kopitarium, and Rumah Alifa. I would thank all of them for volunteering their time, resources, and energy to support the event. Finally, I would like to thank all presenters for their willingness to share their research and ideas, and all participants for their keen and active participation. Without your contribution, this conference wouldn't be possible. I hope that you will have an enjoyable conference and productive time virtually with all presenters and participants. And live with unforgettable moments of the iConnects 2026. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Damar Muhammad Syawal, for the report.
The next agenda is the report from the chair of the steering committee. We would like to invite Dr. Nia Kurniawati, MPD, as the chair of the steering committee to deliver her report. To Dr. Nia Kurniawati, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Is my voice audible? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Regents of Cianjur, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Fabrian, the Honorable Directors of Suryakancana University, Professor Dr. Dija Priyatna SIMH SPN, the Honorable Research. Is my voice audible? Can you hear my voice? Okay,
Can everybody hear my voice? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Regents of Cianjur, Dr. Muhammad Fabrian, the Honorable Director of Suryakancana University, Professor Dr. Dija Priyatna SIMH SPN, the Honorable Rectors, Second and Third Vice Rectors of Suryakancana University, the Honorable Dean of Education and Teacher Training, Dr. Munawar SMPD, the Honorable Directors of Postgraduate of Suryakancana University,
The Honorable the Directors of Postgraduates of Suryakancana University, Bapak Dr. Iyep Chandra Hermawan MPD, the Honorable the Heads of Community Service Board, Ibu Dr. Trini Handayani SIMH, the representative of Suryakancana Education Foundation, the respective dean and vice dean of all faculties of Suryakancana University, and also the honorable the heads of English Education Study Program, Dr. Johar Helmi SSM Hun, and also my beloved colleague, the lecturers of English Education Study Programs, and also all the lecturers of Suryakancana University, distinguished keynote and invited speakers, fellow researchers, participants, and of course the committee, my beloved students of English Education Study Programs year 2025. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the third International Conference on Educations of Suryakancana, iConnects 2026 at January 2026. It's an absolute honor for me to stand before you virtually as the steering committee of the conference. And although we are gathered behind the screens, the energy and the intellectual curiosity shared in digital space are as a proof to our collective commitment for the future of education. In an increasingly globalized and multicultural society, literacy can no longer be understood as a singular or static concept limited to basic reading and writing skills. Rather, it encompasses a broad range of competencies that enable individuals to construct, interpret, and communicate meaning across diverse linguistics, cultural, social, and symbolic contexts. These multiple dimensions of literacy play important roles in shaping educational experiences, influencing how knowledge is accessed, negotiated, and applied within and beyond formal learning environment. Therefore, the committee have chosen the theme for this year's conference that is very timely and transformative. The enhancing literacy in a multicultural era, applied linguistics for empowerments and innovations. And to address this issue, I'm so delighted to inform you that amongst us, we have already invited experts related to these themes. The first, of course, Professor E. Amanuddin Aziz, MA, PhD, the head of the National Library of the Republic of Indonesia. We also have Dr. Ichia Khadijah, MA, the Board of Experts Centers for Education and Policy Studies. And also we have Peter Downs, MA, from British ELC and Professional Communication Consultants, and Dr. Muhammad Nur Salahuddin Saripuddin from University of Putra, Malaysia. And of course, we have our beloved teacher, who she is the teacher for all time, Ibu Badriah MPD, as the supervisors of the Regional Office of Education Branch 6. Thank you for answering our invitation to share your insight and knowledge in iConnects 2026. And also, I'd like to extend my highest appreciations to the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, and also to the University, especially to our Dean, Dr. Munawan Rois, MPD, and our Rector, Professor Dr. Haji Dwija Priyatna SH, MHSPN, for always supporting our activity and this conference to build academic spirit among our students. I'd also dedicate my deepest gratitude to my students, the English Education Study Programs of Suryakancana University, year 2023, semester 5, for your hard work and dedications in organizing this third iConnects. And for your information, this event is organized and prepared by our students, ESP 2023, as their final examinations of the course seminar on English language teaching. And it has been conducted since 2017 and is sustained until this year. Thank you very much. And joining us, we have around more than 200 participants, and also 103 presenters and more than 80 papers. So therefore, I'd like to offer my sincere regard to our presenters and participants from UPI, Universitas Islam Negeri Sumatera Utara, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Universitas Palangkaraya, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, UIN Jakarta, and of course, from Universitas Suryakancana. Thank you for choosing this event to share your insights, data, and hard-earned conclusions. In our today's parallelization, you will hear research planning literacy in classrooms, curriculum development, and the integration of multiliteracy in education. It is our hope that these insights shared today do not end with the Zoom call, but serve as a catalyst for follow-up studies and practical innovations in your respective classroom and institutions. So on behalf of the committee, I wish you all productive, enlightening, and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nia Kurniawati, for the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the welcoming remarks. The first welcoming remarks will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Dr. Munawarois, MPD. To Dr. Munawarois, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bahwa hari ini kita bersama-sama mudah-mudahan dapat mengikuti International Conference on Education of Suryakancana, iConnects. Program ini tentu merupakan program yang dilaksanakan oleh para mahasiswa dan dosen di lingkungan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Salam dan salam semoga tercurah limpah kepada baginda Nabi besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Yang terhormat Bapak Bupati Kabupaten Cianjur, yang terhormat Bapak Rektor Universitas Suryakancana Cianjur, yang saya hormati pimpinan fakultas di lingkungan Unsur dan Direktur Pasca Sarjana, panitia pelaksana yang alhamdulillah pada hari ini Ananda Damar Muhammad Syawal sudah cukup bagus dalam menyampaikan sambutannya sebagai ketua pelaksana tapi seluruh Indonesia. Yang saya hormati para dosen dan teman-teman tenaga kependidikan di lingkungan FKIP Unsur. Kemudian yang saya hormati Dr. Nia Kurniawati MPD, alhamdulillah sudah menyampaikan tadi gagasan yang cukup cemerlang sekali. Kami bangga bahwa dosen di lingkungan FKIP ini bisa membawa mahasiswanya untuk lebih maju lagi. Kemudian kita sampaikan bahwa FKIP selaku fakultas yang menyelenggarakan kegiatan kependidikan tentu memberikan apresiasi yang cukup tinggi, terutama kepada anak-anak kami mahasiswa program dorong lebih jauh lagi, terutama kaitan dengan proses belajar mengajar. Tahun ini, insya Allah, lab bahasa terutama bahasa Inggris, kami sedang renovasi dan insya Allah pindah nanti tempat yang cukup representatif untuk lebih memberikan yang kenyamanan kepada para mahasiswa kita ini. Karena kami akui bahwa dengan lab nanti kemudian ada lab micro teaching. Nah, kami sedang benah-benah diri dan sudah sampaikan Pak Rektor, mudah-mudahan ini bisa mendongkrak nanti, terutama kaitan dengan jumlah mahasiswa di lingkungan FKIP, wabil khusus di pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Kami sampaikan tahun 2025 kemarin, PPG, Pendidikan Profesi Guru. Ini satu terobosan sehingga alhamdulillah calon guru ya itu sudah 1.456 yang tersebar di Indonesia. Dan alhamdulillah mereka lulus dan insya Allah untuk tahun 2026 ini akan ada kegiatan calon mahasiswa baru untuk PPG, ada 60 orang. Mereka bukan lagi online tapi offline. Kita akan kedatangan tamu-tamu mahasiswa baru dari PPG ini, kurang lebih ada 56. dari 60 itu. Itu kira yang perlu kami sampaikan kepada anak kami semua dan para dosen di lingkungan FKIP. Mudah-mudahan terobosan-terobosan ini tentu ingin memajukan FKIP ke depan. Barangkali itu yang kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi, selamat melaksanakan konferensi internasional ini. Dan harapan saya dari konferensi ini tentu bisa menambah wawasan, terutama para adik-adik mahasiswa kita ini. Pengalaman ini jadikan sebagai pengalaman yang berharga untuk ke depan. Saya yakin dengan panitia yang sudah terbentuk dengan baik ini akan memberikan dampak positif, terutama ke Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Gunawan Rais, for welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next welcoming remarks will be delivered by the Rector of Suryakancana University. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Haji Dwija Priyatno, SHMH SPN, to deliver his remarks. Professor, the floor is now virtually yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya akan mengucapkan pertama kepada yang terhormat Wakil Rektor dan para dekan serta seluruh panitia yang saya hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speaker, lecturer, participant, and member of the organizing committee. First of all, let us thank God Almighty for His blessings so that we can join the International Conference on Education of Suryakancana, iConnects 2026 in good health. It is my pleasure to welcome our participants to this international conference. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Ferdian's region of Cianjur. Thank you for your support for education and academic activity. I also would like to acknowledge Dr. Haji Munar Rois, the Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, University of Suryakancana. Your leadership and support are highly appreciated. Juga kepada seluruh panitia ya, Dr. Nia dan seterusnya. The theme is this conference is a very important for today's education. Education is changing very fast. Teachers and lecturers now face many new challenges. Technology, cultural diversity, and difference learning need require new approaches in education. We cannot rely only on old methods. We must continue to learn, to adapt, and to improve the way we teach. Literacy today is not only about reading and writing. It is also about understanding information, respecting differences, and using knowledge in daily life. Through this conference, we are encouraged to think more deeply about how education can empower students and society. iConnects 2026 is an important forum to share ideas, research, and real experiences in education. I hope the discussion today will give new insights and practical inspiration for teachers, lecturers, and students. I would like to express my appreciation to our keynote speaker, who bring valuable knowledge and wide experience. I also thank our invited speaker for sharing their ideas and perspective. Your contribution will make this conference meaningful and inspiring. May sincerely thank you also to give the organizing committee, especially the lecturers and students of the English Education Study Program. Organizing an international conference is not easy. Your hard work, teamwork, and commitment have made this event possible. I hope this conference will strengthen cooperation, encourage innovation, and contribute to better education in the future. I wish you a successful and productive conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the official opening of the conference. The official opening speech will be delivered by the Regent of Cianjur, Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Ferdian, SPOG. To the Honorable Regent of Cianjur, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati Rektor Universitas Suryakancana Cianjur, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Dwija Priyatno SH MH SPN, para akademisi, peneliti, praktisi pendidikan bahasa dari dalam dan luar negeri, para narasumber, dosen, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, panitia iConnects, Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta seluruh peserta konferensi yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji serta syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas limpahan rahmat serta karunia-Nya. Alhamdulillah, pada hari ini kita masih diberikan kesehatan, keselamatan, dan kesempatan untuk bersama-sama hadir mengikuti kegiatan International Conference of Language Teaching of Suryakancana atau iConnects. Salawat serta salam kita limpah curahkan kepada junjungan kita semua Nabi besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, juga kepada keluarganya, sahabatnya, dan kepada para pengikutnya yang masih tetap setia kepada ajarannya hingga akhir zaman. Semoga pula semua yang hadir pada hari ini mendapatkan syafaat dari beliau di yaumil akhir nanti. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Hadirin yang saya hormati, atas nama pemerintah Kabupaten Cianjur, saya menyampaikan apresiasi dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada panitia iConnects dan Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris FKIP Universitas Suryakancana yang telah menginisiasi dan menyelenggarakan konferensi internasional ini. Kegiatan ini bukan hanya mencerminkan semangat akademik, tetapi juga menunjukkan komitmen generasi muda intelektual Cianjur dalam membangun peradaban berbasis literasi, bahasa, dan ilmu pengetahuan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, tema Enhancing Literacy in Multicultural Era, Applied Linguistics for Empowerment and Innovations sangat relevan dengan tantangan global saat ini. Di tengah arus globalisasi dan kemajuan teknologi yang begitu pesat, kemampuan literasi, baik literasi bahasa, literasi budaya, maupun literasi digital, menjadi fondasi utama dalam membangun sumber daya manusia yang unggul, berdaya saing, dan berkarakter. Bahasa tidak hanya berfungsi sebagai alat komunikasi, tetapi sebagai sarana transfer ilmu pengetahuan, pembentuk identitas, serta jembatan dialog antar budaya. Oleh karena itu, penguatan pembelajaran bahasa dan kajian linguistik terapan memiliki peran strategis dalam mendorong pemberdayaan masyarakat, inovasi pendidikan, serta pembangunan sosial yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Dalam konteks Kabupaten Cianjur, penguatan literasi dan pendidikan bahasa sejalan dengan visi pembangunan daerah, yaitu mewujudkan masyarakat yang cerdas, berakhlak, dan adaptif terhadap perubahan zaman. Dunia pendidikan, termasuk perguruan tinggi, memiliki tanggung jawab besar untuk melahirkan pendidik dan lulusan yang tidak hanya kompeten secara akademik, tapi juga mampu menjadi agen perubahan di tengah masyarakat yang multikultural. Melalui forum iConnects ini, saya berharap akan lahir gagasan-gagasan baru, hasil riset yang aplikatif, serta jejaring kolaborasi lintas negara dan lintas disiplin ilmu. Konferensi ini hendaknya menjadi ruang dialog ilmiah yang produktif, kritis, dan solutif dalam menjawab tantangan pembelajaran bahasa di era global. Kepada mahasiswa, khususnya Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, saya berpesan agar kegiatan ini dijadikan sebagai momentum untuk terus mengasah kemampuan akademik, kepemimpinan, serta kepekaan sosial. Jadilah generasi pendidik yang intelektual, yang mampu mengintegrasikan keilmuan dengan nilai-nilai budaya, etika, dan kearifan lokal. Saya berharap konferensi internasional ini dapat menghasilkan rekomendasi akademik yang bermanfaat serta memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi pengembangan pendidikan bahasa, peningkatan literasi, dan inovasi pembelajaran baik di tingkat lokal, internasional, maupun global. Kedepan, saya berharap terbangunnya kolaborasi pemerintah daerah, dunia pendidikan, dan mitra internasional dalam penerapan linguistik terapan yang berorientasi pada pemberdayaan masyarakat, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia, serta penguatan daya saing daerah di tingkat global. Saya juga berharap agar hasil-hasil diskusi, riset, dan rekomendasi akademik dari konferensi ini dapat ditindaklanjuti secara aplikatif, khususnya dalam mendukung peningkatan mutu pendidikan bahasa, literasi digital, dan kompetensi komunikasi lintas budaya di Kabupaten Cianjur, yang dapat melahirkan generasi pendidik dan akademik yang tidak hanya unggul secara keilmuan tetapi juga memiliki kepekaan sosial, wawasan global, serta komitmen kuat dalam menjaga nilai-nilai budaya dan kearifan lokal di tengah arus globalisasi. Semoga iConnects dapat menjadi inspirasi dan penggerak lahirnya inovasi pendidikan yang berkelanjutan, memberikan manfaat nyata bagi masyarakat, serta berkontribusi positif bagi pembangunan pendidikan peradaban bangsa Indonesia di masa yang akan datang. Hadirin yang saya hormati, demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan pada kesempatan ini, seraya mengharap ridho Allah Subhanahu wa taala, serta diawali dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. International Conference on Language Teaching of Suryakancana atau iConnects secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, senantiasa memberikan bimbingan dan petunjuknya kepada kita semua, serta semoga pula kegiatan ini menjadi amal ibadah yang diridhoinya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke lah 2027 2020 ayeuna Juli sidangna tahu lulus nama sidangna.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Ferdian, SPLG, for officially
Sidang
opening the
lagi.
iConnects 2026.
Nah, nasi buat itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next agenda. We are pleased to present a special performance by the students who are also part of the iConnects 2026 committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance.
Kunci untuk kita akan terikat waktu. Bebaskan mimpimu di angkasa, warnai bintang di jiwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the documentation session to capture this special moment.
We kindly invite the keynote speakers, invited speakers, director, vice rectors, dean, vice dean, lecturers, presenters, participants, and all invited guests to please turn on your cameras.
Please give your best smile as the committee capture the moment.
On my count, please get ready.
First screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Second screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Third screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Fourth screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Fifth screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Sixth screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Seventh screenshot. 1, 2, 3.
Ini zoomnya udah ada.
Boleh dimatiin juga boleh, nggak apa-apa.
Thank you.
Before we proceed to the next agenda, we kindly ask all participants to fill in the pre-attendance form.
You may do so by scanning the barcode displayed on the screen or by clicking the link provided in the chat box.
Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the plenary session.
The plenary session consists of keynote speeches, which will be conducted here in the main room.
This session will feature 3 distinguished keynote speakers who will share their expertise in line with the theme of iConnects 2026.
For the plenary session, we are honored to present our keynote speakers. They are
Professor E. Aminuddin Aziz, MA, PhD, Head of the National Library of the Republic of Indonesia.
Dr. Icek Khadijah, MA, Board of Experts, Center of Education and Policy Studies.
And the last is Com Peter Towns, MA, British ELT and Professional Communication Consultant.
Before beginning the keynote session, we would like to remind all participants to continue observing the conference do and don'ts.
Mute your microphone when you are not speaking at the very bottom left corner.
Open your webcam, dress appropriately, and please use the virtual background provided or use an appropriate photo if you won't be appearing.
Use your pre-designated display name according to the code with your real name attached. Go to participant list and find your name. Choose more and rename.
Do not share screen or operate annotation.
Send questions in the chat box. State full name.
Report any technical issues to the committee through the chat box with the committee label right after the name. Thank you for your cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the keynote session.
Our first keynote speaker is Professor E. Aminuddin Aziz, MA, PhD, the head of the National Library of the Republic of Indonesia. The moderator for this session is Dr. Nia Kurniawati, SPD, MPD from Suryakancana University. To Dr. Nia Kurniawati, kindly turn on your microphone and please proceed with the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Voice audible? Okay, thank you. So before we start, I'd like to say hi to Prof. Amin. Bapak, thank you. In your busy schedule and tight schedule, you still can answer our invitations.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Okay, so thank you, Bapak. I know you are so busy, and I'm so happy you're still able to attend our event today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me. I'm Nia Kurniawati. The faculty members in Suryakancana University. It's an honor for me to serve you as the moderator for the first keynote sessions. As we have already acknowledged that today we gather here to explore our conference theme, enhancing literacy in a multicultural era, applied linguistics for empowerment and innovations. And to begin our journey, academic journey, we're privileged to host a very special speaker who is leading in authority in literacy and applied linguistics. So actually, I don't have to introduce Prof. Amin any longer because it's already the brand itself. Okay, so can I have the CV? Okay, so for those maybe my student Bapak who are from Cianjur perhaps, yeah. So let me read the brief. The brief bio of Prof. Amin. So Professor E. Aminuddin Aziz, MA, PhD, currently the head of the National Library of Republic of Indonesia, is a prominent Indonesian linguist with expertise in forensic linguistics, pragmatics, and linguistic politeness. He obtained his academic degrees in English education from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and completed his postgraduate studies in linguistics at Monash University, Australia, and widely recognized as a leading scholar in pragmatics and a key figure in developments of forensic linguistics in Indonesia with extensive experience in research, publications, and academic leadership. Professor Amin has held numerous strategic national and international positions. He has served as the Language Development and Fostering Agency Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia, where he played a significant role in recognition of Bahasa Indonesia at UNESCO in 2023. His contributions to language policy and language preservation, supported by artificial intelligence, earned him recognition as one of the Time magazine's 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence in 2024. And also, currently has published his autobiography entitled Visi Anak Pasa, Catatan Kecil Kehidupan Aminuddin Aziz. It is a very inspiring book, and I suggest you as a must-read book of this year. Okay, so Professor Amin also brings in extensive and expertise to our discussion today, which aims to provide all participants, especially our English education students, with fresh insight into literacy trends within multicultural contexts. His address will set the stage for how we can use applied linguistics as a tool for both empowerment and innovation in multicultural contexts. So before we begin, I'd like to remind our participants of the following. The session is scheduled from 9 to 10:15 actually, but because we delayed, so we start at 9:15 and we will end around 10:30. And following the keynote address in 1 hour, we'll have a Q&A and interactive discussion for 15 minutes after the keynote address. And please stay mute during the presentation, but feel free to prepare your question for our distinguished speaker. So without further ado, Professor Amin, the virtual floor is yours. Mangga Bapak.
All right. Thank you very much, Nia, as for moderating me in this very special event for me, because this is again a new journey for me to return to the academic world after many years. I have left the university and became the attaché in London, and now acting as the head of the National Library of the Republic of Indonesia. But as has been mentioned earlier, that my journey into the theme on literacy is not too far actually, because if we look at the assignment that I was asked to lead the National Library, the main function of National Library is to provide the services on literacy. So let me share with you the I hope you have seen the screen, right? The topic that I will be discussing is the enhancing literacy in a multicultural context, and I will compare the duties between schools and libraries, and this is the one that I have observed for many years since I became the head of the language agency in the Ministry of Education and Culture, and then now I am the director of National Library of Indonesia. So let me begin with the introduction, and I will ask you to have a look at the following data. This is the data that we have obtained from the Ministry of Education, that the level of the ability or competence of Indonesian students, both in reading and mathematics, as follows. So when you compare the ability of students in level 5 or class 5, and then they have been have been researched for quite long time, and the ability is quite low, right? Only 53.47 out of 100. And that was the data from 2021. And there was a kind of increase, not incredible increase, but small increase from 52 or 53.47 up to 61.53. But let's take a look at the mathematics competence. They are still very low. And looking at all these data, we can conclude that actually the ability, the competence of Indonesian students almost in all levels, comparing or looking at class 5, class 8, and class 11, their competence is actually not quite good, right? Only 50% in readings, and only 1/3 of them are able to understand the problems in mathematics. Yeah, but in readings, the figures are very surprising. And if we look at another data here, right, comparing the level of the competence among students in ASEAN countries, we find here that Singaporeans occupy the first level, right, the first ranked, while Indonesia number 6, yeah, among the ASEAN countries. So this is because of the data that we have also gained from our survey, right, that was conducted in 2022. And if we ask what are actually one of the causes for that, just because of the reading habits, right, of these individuals in the result of the development, the efforts to develop literacy skills raised to this figure 73.75, which is still medium, in the middle level. And also the reading habit is also in the middle level. And if we compare the data among the citizens of the world, Indonesian people only read 5.91 books in a year, right? So for 1 year, only not even 6 books that they read. It's only 5.91, meaning that in 1 month, Indonesian students, Indonesian people in general, only read half of a book, right? Probably because they are too interested in reading the WhatsApp messages, maybe, right? And if we compare to other ASEAN countries, Indonesia occupies number 3, right? Still better compared to other countries. Now, let's have a look at the difference between literacy and multicultural literacy as the main topic of this conference. I have always define literacy as the ability to optimize the use of textual and or non-textual information to improve the quality of life. There are so many definitions about literacy, but for me, to make it simple, right, I have defined literacy as like this. So this is the ability to optimize use of textual and non-textual information. So textual information can be written in the written form, right? Uh, in the letters, yeah, and then come to words, come to phrases, sentences, and then up to the discourse. And the non-textual information, it can be science, it can be icons, it can be any forms of information that are in the non-textual forms. And the understanding of this textual and non-textual information is to improve the quality of life, right? Why I say this, because at the end, when we talk about literacy, this is intended to reach the goal to create a quality life that is expected by all people. And on the other hand, when we talk about multicultural literacy, right, the definition is like this. Yeah, this is the ability to understand, interpret, and use language and information effectively across different culture, so the context and in linguistic context, meaning that uh, we can use different linguistic medium, different language, and more importantly is about the different in the cultural context, while recognizing, respecting, and valuing cultural diversity. This means that by having multicultural literacy, we are actually acting in different cultures, in probably in different languages, in different media, but we respect the diversity of this cultural context. And that's what we mean by multicultural literacy. So if we look at these two definitions, right, either literacy and or multicultural literacy, we can understand that both definitions or both aspects, right, this is at the foundation, yeah, the literacy, and this is the application of literacy in multicultural context. Both definition include or suggest this kind of understanding. One is the understanding of text, ideas, perspectives from diverse cultural backgrounds. Number two, communicating appropriately. Number three, recognizing how culture influences meaning, knowledge, and ways of learning. And by this, we understand that if we operate our minds in different cultures, in different understanding, and we can also have different ways of learning. And using literacy skills to promote inclusion, equity, and social understanding. And we, by having understood the notion of literacy or multicultural literacy, we will apply that ability in higher order thinking skills. And if we look at these higher order thinking skills as suggested by, let's say, Benjamin S. Bloom many years ago, this is the illustration that I can share with you. Level one is the identifying or recognizing or knowing This is to find interested issues that will attract special attention, to further investigation, to understand their nature. That's recognizing. For example, this illustration consists of different colors, and we can recognize the difference between that color with that color with that color. So this is a kind of recognizing. And level number 2 is understanding, meaning that we understand the information. We understand the meaning of each color. For example, in the traffic lights, what's the meaning of red? What's the meaning of yellow? What's the meaning of green, right? So that's kind of understanding. And then we can apply in some context, and then we can analyze, we can study and examine issues and put them into elements of related parts, right? And we can also synthesize, we can assemble information from various sources and construct them into a solid unity. We can evaluate, as the next level of thinking skills. And finally, if we say that someone is literate, then we can say also that he or she is the highest level of higher order thinking skills. And as I mentioned, literacy involves higher order thinking skills, or the ability to apply higher order thinking skills. Let's have a look at the key concepts in multicultural literacy. Linguistic diversity. We can identify the various aspects of diversity of languages that we use. We also understand the multilingualism, cultural responsive pedagogy, fans of knowledge, or the skills, knowledge, and cultural practices that learners bring from their families and communities, which can be integrated into cultural competence, critical literacy, teacher professional development, and school community partnership. And this is the key concept of multicultural literacy, in multicultural context. So these are all suggest or illustrate the concepts that are involved in developing multicultural literacy. Now, as I mentioned, let's have a look at the comparison of roles of schools and libraries in developing multicultural literacy. Schools have the following roles. Schools have to develop literacy beyond reading and writing. So what we mean by literacy, it's not only about reading and writing, because it is about critical thinking ability. Literacy is also has to be understood as a social and cultural practice, because literacy involves many factors that students or teachers or community members bring into classroom. And teachers have to also understand about developing strategies of teaching, which is adaptive and inclusive, and community participation in literacy programs. So it's not exclusive, but rather inclusive. And then we are also talking about school, family, community partnership. Schools have to be open for participation from families and community members. And of course, we have also talked about differentiated instructions, right? And that will lead to collaborative and dialogic learning that is led by teachers, right? And use of digital and multimodal resources is now a kind of requirements in this digital era. Yeah. On the other hand, when we talk about the roles of libraries, libraries are also functioning as inclusive public spaces, because no libraries will have to be regarded as exclusive, right? It has to be inclusive if it is intended for public. Yeah, libraries as also a kind of community learning hub, right? Where all people can learn, where people can interact with others, and uh, a place as a hub for uh, different people from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds. Yeah. And as I mentioned, libraries can also promote equal access to information, because in libraries, everything is open, right? And libraries is also a place where it can, or they can bridge between cultures, right? Like schools, libraries can also provide inclusive collections from different sources, right? And also, library can support language and literacy development. Right? And as I mentioned, in the functions of library itself is to serve for literacy development, right? And some key challenges, right? Schools, yeah, have the following challenges, right? Language barriers, yeah, if we face different students with different language ability, language backgrounds, limited access to learning resources, especially in the remote areas, yeah, and possibly, yeah, there is a cultural mismatch in teaching materials, what students expect and what teachers have prepared, right? And we can also talk about teacher preparedness and training gaps. Yeah, what community and students expect and what teachers have gained from their training. Yeah, on the other hand, libraries have the following problems, if we say this as problems, if we see this as problems: limited funding and resources, because funding and resources of libraries are not unlimited, right? Also, language barriers among staff and users, yeah, if they come from different language backgrounds. And librarians also need continuous training, right? And technologies change very rapidly, and there is a need for librarians to adapt to the rapid technological change. Yeah. Now, I will share with you the practical perspective from our National Library. Not only do we talk about theoretical perspective, but this is what we have done in our National Library. Library, digital platform, and printed materials, right? So this is a kind of mobile libraries. It can also be in the form of motorcycles that are specifically designed to serve communities with books, yeah? And this has been operated in many regions, although not in all provinces, yeah, not in all regencies or villages. Yeah, we also have this kind for people, for library uses, right? Digital access. It can be accessed from anywhere, right? We have also a link, yeah, e-Pusnas, for example, or electronic pustaka. We have also Bintang Pusnas, a digital library that is provided by National Library. And we also continue providing the printed materials. And in 2024 and 2025 alone, we have created reading hubs in 20,000 villages. And each village is equipped or supported by 1,000 books, yeah, for children. This is what we have done. So that interaction between literacy activists, librarians in the regencies, right, will be more extensive. And the next one, program differentiations. This is what we have done in our libraries, in our networks. Yeah, 1 week, 1 book. This is a kind of regular event that is held in our libraries or in reading hubs in the villages. Yeah, we also have a program like Read Aloud program and volunteers for community literacy development. Uh, this has been this is a kind of initiative that we began last year, and this is also a new initiative that we did beginning last year. We involve students from 26 universities in Indonesia, involving 15,000 students, around Indonesia. And this was held in 1,000 villages, in Indonesia. So this is the kind of how we develop the multicultural literacy, because students come from different backgrounds and they come to different situation, different contexts, and they learn from each other. And the next one is the program that we call as library transformation based on social inclusion. This program has attracted so many countries, either from ASEAN countries or from Asia or from Africa, to learn from Indonesia about this program, right? Through these programs, we develop a kind of economic development to support the life of the people in the regions through literacy. Like this one, literasi kopi. This is a kind of activities that is regularly held in the library, and this invite people from the region to take part in a kind of training, how to become a coffee maker, right? Or if they want to sell coffee in their cafes or in their warung, right? In better services, literasi daur ulang. This is a kind of recycling recycled paper or plastics, and with this in our library, we provide the services for the community. Is an activity that we have involved community members to this kind of woven materials, right? It can be a batik, printing clothes, and also literasi barbershop. We provide training, and this is very popular, among community members. But all of these activities, I have to remind you, all of these begin from reading activities. So no training without reading in the very beginning. So all trainings are provided after all participants have read the books, because what we want is actually we want them to become readers, active readers, critical readers, and then they can improve the quality of their life after reading the materials, and then we provide the trainings by the facilitators, by the experts in their area, right? So that's what we have done in our National Library and in our partners in regional libraries or in the village libraries. We also have reading hubs, community centers that are very active in developing literacy, and they become the partners of our National Library. I think there are still many things, yeah, that we have to do, yeah, in the future, and teachers, students, literacy activists can take part in this initiative, right? That's all that I can share with you, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Queen. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we come to the next part. That is the question and answer session. Itu punya siapa? So now we open the floor for the interactive discussion sessions. Participants, please use the raise hands features or type your questions in the Zoom chat. So let's see. We have Siti Nurhayati here. She's raising hand already. All right. You can turn on your audio and ask the questions to Prof. Amin.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the insightful presentation. So I'm actually a bit curious more about the relation between multicultural values and Trigatra Bangun Bahasa. So in a globalized world where English is everywhere, how can we use the principle of Trigatra Bangun Bahasa to actually strengthen our multicultural character without feeling like we are being anti-foreign, and how do we make it a bridge rather than a barrier? Thank you very much.
So I have to respond to the question right away?
Yeah, so I think it's better to answer the question by you because we still have no more questions from
Right.
the
Okay. Thank you very much for the appreciation on the presentation. And then, well, that question actually needs to be addressed to the head of the language agency. But I know that you probably know that I was the former head of the language agency, and then I know about the 3 pillars of language campaign, right? What you call as Trigatra Bangun Bahasa, yeah, 3 pillars of language development. First, we prioritize the Indonesian national language, right? And we protect or preserve local languages, and we master foreign languages. This means that this is a kind of multicultural or multilingual ability in looking at the importance of language. And this has to be implemented in appropriate context. Let's say, when we talk about the use of Bahasa Indonesia as our national language, right, we have to be able to identify, to understand in which context that we have to. This is a language. Yeah, in what context that we have to use the language not only correctly but also appropriately. right? So this is a kind of understanding multicultural context, because we speak with other people in different contexts with different purposes, right? Different objectives of communication. And when we, let's say, we meet our colleagues from the same language background, there is a question: do we have to keep using bahasa Indonesia national language while we talk about something personal, something cultural in our language, own language, regional language, or local language, and the interlocutor comes from the same language background? Most likely, we will switch into local language. And again, this is a kind of understanding the context about when we use local language, right? And how we use this local language. What about the mastering of foreign language? Of course, in our global era, in global context, this is a kind of prerequisite to operate in a global world by having the competence in foreign languages, not only in English, but also in other languages. So this is a kind of benefits, advantages, for everyone to be able to speak, to operate in different languages. So mastering Indonesian as the national language, mastering local language, as our language, as a kind of, let's say, heritage, right, that we have, right, and looking at the global context, this is not kind of obstacle, right? It's not a kind of, let's say, the opposite of the pillars, right? But rather, this supports, this encourages people to master at least 3 different languages. National language, that has to be prioritized. Local language that we use for our more emotional purposes, right? Cultural purposes, and foreign languages for our global interactions. So they will come into harmony, right? Once these 3 different kind of languages are mastered by anyone, right? So I recommend that all of you have to try hard, right, to do your best to master all this kind of language to be functioned in different contexts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was a really great answer.
My pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, Siti. So, anyone else still have questions for Prof. Amin? Oh yeah. So we have we have questions from Mr. Calm Down. So let me read the questions. Thank you for the insightful presentation, Pak Aziz. It's good to see you here. I have 2 questions. The first, what do you think are the main challenges to improve English language proficiency in Indonesia? And the second one, what's your view on the role of AI in improving literacy in English, Bahasa Indonesia, and local language?
Hi, Calm.
Yeah,
Nice
Kom
to see
is
you
here.
again.
Hi, Mr. Kom.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
There.
Yeah. Well, I would say that you know better, right? You know more about this. But let me provide some insights on this to respond to your first question about the main challenges to improve English language proficiency. Number one, this is by referring to my long experience in teaching English, right? Number one is the function or the role of English in the community, yeah, in the school, in the office, right? So English still not the main medium of uh, challenge, right? Because students, yeah, in particular in, let's say, in the English language courses, yeah, or in the universities, they are not able to use English in their daily life, right? That's one of the key challenge, right? Number two, right? We talk about the attitude, right? Attitude of Indonesian people, yeah, towards English. Some people, yeah, would say that English is a kind of prestigious, right? Prestigious language to be learned, right? On the other hand, right, there are people, there are there are people who start to learn English just because of, let's say, the question like, why do we have to learn English? Why we will not use this in our daily life, right? Like today, right? The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, yeah, introduce English to be taught in primary schools, right? I have visited many places, yeah, in the country, in the villages, especially in the remote areas, right? Including in remote areas, I mean. They keep asking me, Pak Amin, why do we have to learn English? And when can we use English? While what we use is only or limited to Bahasa Indonesia only or in local languages. So for me or for us, it is better to learn local languages or Bahasa Indonesia rather than learning English. So what's the idea so that we have to learn English? So this is kind of attitude, right? As I mentioned, right? Number three, right? Talking about the role models, right? Of uh, let's say teachers, facilitators, just because of the differences in the levels of competence of teachers or facilitators, students cannot, let's say, copy or follow the models, right? And there are still many teachers who face this kind of problems. They have learned English, yeah, for many years, but when they apply this in the practice of teaching, yeah, in the teaching strategies, yeah, they often have to switch into Bahasa Indonesia or to local languages. So this kind of practice will hinder the development of proficiency of students because students will finally say, even the teachers do not use English in the classroom. Yeah. So we only have very limited opportunity. We have very limited chances to use English in the even in the classroom, right? So this is a kind of challenges, right? And also, if teachers want to use English and interact with students, the size of the class is often a problem. The facilities, right? So there are many challenges, but I think I can share only the one that I have mentioned. Yeah, you can elaborate more, I believe. Yeah. Uh, and question number two, what is your view on the role of AI in improving literacy? Well, this is a kind of what we call pedang bermata dua, right? So this is a kind of dilemma as well. On the one hand, we can use AI to facilitate learning, but if we rely too much on AI, right, and students or AI users will become lazy to think, right? And also, not all information loaded into AI machines, AI platform will always be valid, right? There still need to be assessed. And this is the kind of literacy that we have to share with our students, with our teachers, that we have to be very careful when we use AI, and we cannot trust AI 100%, yeah, because we still need to be more critical when reading the information provided by AI, any form of AI. I have tried to use many platforms, yeah, from AI, and when I what was it? When I ask AI, for example, ChatGPT or Meta or DeepSeek or different kind of platforms, asking about the same question, different uh, responses, and I say when I try to tease them, oh, that's not the one. Yeah, I think this, oh, you know better than. That's the response from AI, right? So we have to be very critical as well, yeah, as the AI uses. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. It's a very interesting question from Combs. So, discussions about AI is kind of an endless because lately we are very into AI, and yeah, we have to very critical in using AI because sometimes, yeah, it also happens. I think kind of dilemma for many teachers and lecturers when, yeah, we cannot deny the technology, but however, we have, yeah, more effects on it. All right, anyone? We still have 3 minutes to go. If you have questions, you can write down the questions or you may raise your hand if you have questions.
But don't push yourselves to have questions if you do not have any.
Well, actually, I have my own question, Rupa. Yeah, I still remember about your presentation like few times ago in UNJ about Lingua Franca Plus. So I'm wondering, is it any kind of relevance between Lingua Franca Plus and multicultural topic that we have discussed today?
Well, talking about Lingua Franca Plus, yeah, this is a kind of strategy to promote Indonesian, yeah, as a global language, yeah, and how we have to, was it, to involve all parties, yeah, of interest to become the actors in the promotion of Indonesian as global language, as an international language. Yeah. And if the question is it relevant with what we discussed today? Yes, of course, right? Because when we talk about promoting, right, our Indonesian language, we have to be aware about the context of situations where the language is taught. For example, teaching Indonesian in Arabic world will be different from teaching Indonesian or promoting Indonesian in European countries. And this is also different from teaching Indonesian, let's say, in ASEAN countries or in Asia, right? So, and also the purposes of the teaching of Bahasa Indonesia itself, right? and the materials, right, will also be different, right? And the perspectives of teaching, yeah. I mean, what aspects to be taught, right? In what context will also be challenging, and also will provide you with different requirements to teach bahasa Indonesia, right? And I think this needs to be discussed in uh, uh, different context, different situation, because we will need more time, yeah, to discuss this. Yeah, but basically, this is very relevant even when we talk about promoting Bahasa Indonesia to become an international language. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. It's very comprehensive answers. But actually, I still curious, so perhaps later we can have more sessions about this. So
Okay.
thank you. And audience, do you still have questions? Oke, ada yang izin bertanya. In Indonesia, dari Ibu April ada Wia. Adakah program dari Perpusnas RI seperti mengadakan lomba untuk pengayaan bahan literasi anak atau buku cerita anak? Itu, Pak.
Well, pengadaan buku, ya, di Perpusnas itu dengan berbagai cara, ya. Satu, ada yang menggunakan buku dari kementerian, ya. Dua, melalui apa namanya, penulisan kembali, ya, buku-buku cerita lama, ya, untuk anak, misalnya buku klasik, sastra klasik, ya, Salah Asuhan, Layar Terkembang, misalnya, ditulis kembali untuk anak, ya. Ada juga yang ketiga, yaitu manuskrip kuno dijadikan bahan cerita anak. Nah, ini ada yang melalui lomba, ada yang melalui internal, ya, melalui teman-teman filolog, gitu ya. Nah, kerjasama dengan ini. Tapi intinya adalah ada yang melalui lomba, ada yang tidak melalui lomba, ya, begitu. Dan ini kalau ada lomba pasti akan diumumkan, tapi kalau dikerjakan secara internal, ya pasti ini hanya akan menggunakan teman-teman penulis yang juga para filolog, ya, begitu.
Masih oke. Ibu April, oh iya. Baik Bapak, terima kasih.
Oke, sama-sama.
Baiklah, sepertinya kita sudah sampai di akhir sesi pertama dari keynote speaker kita.
Saya angkat tangan.
Masih ada?
Mau menyapa Prof. Aminuddin.
Oh iya, Ibu Kak Ice,
Ini.
thank you for
Apa
joining
kabar,
us.
Prof?
Baik, ini lama sekali tak jumpa.
Alhamdulillah. Iya. Kapan ini kalau saya mau berjumpa di mana ya, Prof?
Oh, di mana saja juga boleh. Kantor
Insya
saya
Allah.
sudah jelas, ya.
Iya, betul.
Ya.
Dan saya sering ke
Silakan.
sana.
Sering ke sana tapi nggak pernah mampir, ya, nggak pernah
Ya
ketemu,
iya,
nggak pernah ngasih
makanya
tahu.
barusan ini baru nyadar. Loh, saya bisa mampir ya.
Oke.
Terima
Please do
kasih,
come,
terima kasih.
ya.
Mohon maaf
Ya,
Bunia
ya.
mengganggu konsentrasi masyarakat.
Hi Ibu, it's so an honor for me to meet all of you here. Nanti mungkin bisa berjumpa dengan semuanya Ibu ya di Jakarta.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Oh, maksudnya kan udah
Ya.
karek mau kakak bilang ini terus padekan seserana.
Oke.
Right. So, as the moderators, perhaps I would summarize what our discussions today. So basically, literacy is something beyond than reading and writing, and it plays important roles in social and cultural practices. Schools, library, community also play important roles in shaping literacy in Indonesia. And also, we have discussed Trigatra Bangun Bahasa today and how it relates to multicultural issue and also lingua franca plus, and also the role of AI. So it's like two sides of a coin. So we have to very cautious in using AI. Like we need more critical thinkings before we use in our daily practices. All right. So as we conclude the sessions, please join me in virtual round of applause for Professor E. Amanuddin Aziz for a very insightful presentations. You may write claps on the chat box or you give emoticons. Thank you. It's a very happy day for me to meet my all-time favorite lecturer and also Ibu Ice. Thank you for joining us today and also thank you for the question also. And on behalf of the committee, we would like to present our appreciations, the certificate for the first keynote speaker from the committee.
It's good, ya. Bagus ya.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Bapak.
much.
Thank you for invaluable time. Thank you for answering our invitations to our third iConnects 2026 on behalf of the committee. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude in all we can meet again. So thank you, Professor. So
Thank you.
now I
Thank
will
you.
hand over the event back to the MC for the next sessions. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. And please allow me to leave the forum because I have to catch the flight.
Yeah, Bapak. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I'm
Okay.
sorry
Thank you.
for
Yeah.
interrupting your busy schedule. Atur nuhun pisan.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Bapak.
Thank you very much for the insightful and inspiring presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Ice Hodija, MA, a board of expert at the Center for Education and Policy Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this second keynote session is Dr. Alice Hamsini Maulida, MPD, from Suryakancana University. To Dr. Alice Hamsini Maulida, kindly turn on your microphone and please proceed with the session.
All right. Thank you to the MC of the house. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second plenary sessions of iConnects 2026. With me, Elis Homsidi Maulida, as the moderator for this session. For our session, it's an honor to welcome Dr. Ice Hodija, MA. Selamat pagi, Ibu. Our speaker today, who will present an interesting topic from teacher practice to student literacy outcomes. And before beginning the presentation, let me check the audio first. Is the voice clear?
Is my voice clear?
Yes, Ibu, it's clear.
Okay.
So, okay. Please report any technical issues you may get by sending a chat to me as the moderator or to the IT team. And if you have question regarding the topic along the presentation, you can drop the question in the chat box. And please state your name along with your questions. Now, let me introduce our speaker for this session, Ibu Ice. Dr. Ice Hodija, MA, is a veteran educator an English language specialist with over 40 years of experience in teacher development and English education. He holds a PhD in English education from UPI Bandung, an MA from University of Warwick, and a BA in English from IKIP Malang. Her work spans classroom practice, curriculum innovation, school leadership and mentoring, and also international collaboration. As Executive Chair of the Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO from 2021 and 2000 to 2025, she continues to champion teacher professionalism, school leadership, literacy, and character education across diverse contexts. To Ibu Ici Hodija MA, the screen is now yours. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait a moment. I'm finding out my... Well, first of all, let me forward my gratitude and thanks to Ibu Nia, especially to the whole committee for inviting me to talk in this very prestigious workshop. This is really an honor for me to be here with all of you to think and reflect. To think and reflect on how our classroom practice will influence our students' literacy. And therefore, my voice okay? Good. And therefore, the title is very clear, obvious. It's from teacher practice to literacy outcome. Let me start by talking about what recently happened on the TKA. TKA in the English part, is not testing about the content of English, but it was really clearly stated that it tests the literacy of English. Then many teachers all over Indonesia, English teachers especially, are busy finding out what materials. Wow, what materials cover in the TKA. TKA is not about materials. TKA is about literacy. If our English language teaching do not direct the students to achieve their literacy level, don't expect that the level of TKA, whatever you name it at the end, because I still wonder whether I agree with TKA or not, but it is really stated in the document that it is about literacy. So therefore, teaching materials is not the main focus. The main focus is our teaching practice. Whether our teaching practice in the class lead to literacy or just lead to covering materials. These are two different things. If we talk about literacy, at this present time, well, the only data that we can access now is PISA. Our literacy level remain quite low for the last 20 years. Jadi kalau sekarang kita ribut kenapa TKA nilainya rendah, loh, ya itu membuktikan bahwa literasi kita memang rendah. Apa yang salah? Bukan mencari materi yang salah, tetapi apa yang kita kerjakan di kelas, whether it leads into improving the students' literacy or not. This is very clear, isn't it? Show your thumb up if you clear about my message. So the message here is not about how much materials have we covered in teaching, but how do we practice in the class that help our students to improve their literacy quality. So, you know, I have been working in this field for more than 40 years. That's why I called myself a veteran. Therefore, I confirm lots of theory in regards to literacy development in English language teaching. Because, as we know, that English is going to be taught formally from primary school in this year, starting this year. And this is very challenging, whether it will later on lead to covering materials or to improve literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, literacy as the heart for social misspell is not as the heart for social mobility, health, civic engagement, economic development, and many other aspects of life is engineered in the classroom. Why in the classroom? Because all of the citizens all over the world, they have to come to the classroom because every single state in the world is mandated to help the citizen to grow by providing education. The quality of education, of course, depends on every single state in the world. UK has different policy. US has different policy. Indonesia has different policy. China has different policy. Nigeria has different policy. But they have to provide education. And therefore, I think that classroom is where the literacy is engineered. And I make this illustration helped by the AI, of course. So classroom as a greenhouse, as a place where we nurture our children. Yes? How we design our instructional. How we model. How we give feedback. Because instructional design, of course, will depend on how you develop the curriculum in the classroom, which I think until today, the national curriculum has not been landed in the classroom. What landed in the classroom are the teaching materials. So growth happens when conditions are intentionally created. That's why when teachers come to the class without having a clear direction of where to go, it is doubted that it is going to develop students' literacy. Objective should be clear and can be measured through ongoing assessment in the classroom. So the teaching practice of teachers actually act as the light, as the light to the bridge from teaching to transforming the students into a more literate person when they go outside the classroom. So classroom practice is not mainly for the sake of the result of the test. Classroom practice should result the level of literacy of the students. Of course, literacy here is not only reading, and it's not only reading symbols of words, but also numeric symbols. That's numeracy. And through the light that we shine in the bridge, then of course we develop their character, the students' character. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to look at this session from teacher practice to students literacy, looking at how teachers practice, including what we do, how we grow, and the environment that we create, which actually the three of them should become should be integrated into a one holistic practice in the classroom that directly shape the students' literacy outcomes. Then let's look at these 3 points based on so many research. International research consistently demonstrates that teacher effectiveness encompassing experience, professional knowledge, and instructional behavior is a primary driver of students' literacy outcomes. I can show you the articles and research which show this if you need. Explicit instruction in the classroom is particularly powerful for teaching foundational reading skills because literacy starts from reading and, of course, listening, because we have two senses, that is listening and speaking. But before we are able to speak, we listen. Before we are able to write, we read. Then professional development, higher quality professional development, especially when embedded in practice and supported by coaching, has a measurable, though often modest, have impact on the students' achievement. So actually we have, I don't know whether the platform is there still, the platform Merdeka Mengajar, which is now moved to a different name, actually is a good place for professional development. Keep on using it. Help each other, because that's the place where professional development can be nurtured, can grow well. So these 3 things underscore the importance of investing in teacher learning and instructional quality as levers for literacy improvement, as the heart of literacy improvement. So now let's start from the key teacher practices that drive literacy gains. The 3 things that drive that teacher practice that drive to literacy gains is, number 1, high impact of teacher practices, classroom practice, classroom factors that influence the literacy, and system, which of course it's led by the principal of the school and monitored by the supervisors or pengawas. Number 1, let's look at the first one, high impact teacher practice. Remember, to achieve this high impact teaching practice, we should have objective. And objective in the classroom is usually very, very practical, instructional, and measurable objective. which are derived from the national CP and then the school tujuan pembelajaran, which should be developed by the school instead of just depending on the materials in the textbook. I think this has been mandated from curriculum 2006 until we have this misconception of curriculum 26 as curriculum KTSP, which is wrong, which is actually a schools, every single school is mandated to have their curriculum, and therefore they can derive from the tujuan that created in the school level to the classroom level. Then we go to proses pembelajaran. Proses belajar mengajar. It's not delivering materials. It's the whole process. And especially if we talk about language classroom. Language classroom should be stronger in process rather than in the number of materials, in the piles of materials. It's more on the process. The process should be very thick because that's the process that will direct the students' literacy. And then assessment. Unless we have clear objective, we cannot do assessment. I am very much into assessment because I wrote my thesis back in 1993 on assessment. The title was Why Test If We Can Assess. That's how I did my paper when I was studying my MA degree in the UK. And assessment has always depended on the objective, not the materials. Okay? So this is, I think, a national tragedy that teachers, most teachers, come to the classroom, focus on finishing materials instead of having clear, accessible objective. This slide is the key. So, let's go on to what I have prepared. So, high impact teacher practice includes clear learning objective. Clear learning objective. Where is it from? Where are those objectives from? If you have no school curriculum. So again, I campaign at this time nationally that schools should start thinking of developing their own curriculum. Of course, based on the national capaian pembelajaran. Because we have started this from 2006, but has never been really done, except in some schools. So clear learning objective will only, if they exist, then those are that lead to literacy gain. Explicit instruction. What does it mean? Students know where they are and students know what to achieve. So that's why before we go to explicit instruction, we have to go students' assessment before learning. In order that we can clarify our mind we can clear our mind that, okay, I have this student, I have this objective, then how I design my pembelajaran. Then modeling. English teacher should be the model of a fluent, effective English users. I think starting the last 2 years, the government has done lots of things to give to give English teachers idea that they have to achieve a certain level of English to be able to be successful, which I think the regulation remain there, that English teachers should be at level B2 CEFR, because the objective at the end objective of high school is students achieve B1 CEFR. That's why the teacher should reach B2. This regulation is there. It has never been replaced by any other regulation. Yeah. Next, scaffolding. Scaffolding, how can we scaffold in the classroom level unless we have enough English? Because scaffold the English in the class, starting by showing a picture, starting by having a very short video, then leading the students to ask questions, or we ask question to the students, starting from the simplest question that can be understood by the whole class, then move on to the next level question, move on to the next level demand to the students. This can only happen if we, as the English teachers, speak fluent, effective English. Formative assessment. How can we have formative assessment unless we have clear learning objective? Assessment is not based on materials. Assessment based on objective. Then feedback. How can we feedback if our focus is materials? Kita tuh akan kejar-kejaran terus cari materi. Karena apa? Kita tidak jelas kompetensi akhir yang dicapai pada jumlah waktu 90 menit atau 80 menit atau 70 menit di SD itu apa? Bagaimana kita bisa memberi feedback yang akan membangun kompetensi berikutnya? Kalau kita tidak punya tujuan. Differentiated instruction. How can we differentiate the learning if we don't have the objective? Because materials, well, is only one of differentiation. That's differentiating the content. But how can we differentiate the context? How can we differentiate the process? How can we differentiate later on the learning environment with the students of different level if we don't have objective? Then culturally responsive teaching. Then of course, these all are interconnected, but it is started from clear learning objective, which are derived from the national objective to the school objective. School objective, not school materials. So this is key number one. Key number two is the practice, is the classroom factors. Then, of course, the thing that has been described before in the previous slide, will lead into the success of classroom classroom factors that influence the literacy. First of all, is the psychological safety and classroom culture. English classroom is emotionally demanding. It has lots of psychological factors that influence the safety level of the students. Remember that the safety level of the students depend on the safety level of the teachers. What is the safety level? The safety of the teachers is the teachers are confident enough to use English in the classroom at the level of the students. So again, these are all interrelated if we want to develop students' literacy. Routine opportunities for students to practice critical reading and listening, meaningful speaking and writing. Well, you have now deep learning introduced formally, while actually deep learning has been there for quite a number of years, but the government now introducing it formally through lots of training to actually help us teaching reading, critical reading, because deep learning in English lesson, especially in reading, should include critical reading and listening, meaningful speaking and writing. So you see, these all never happen if we come to the classroom without learning objective. Student agency. How we design our classroom activity that make all students involved. It is hard. Yes, I know. I've been there for so many years. Yes, it is hard to develop students' agency, so students' efficacy. If the teachers are not themselves have the strong agency and efficacy, then it will not easy. It will not be easier to lead into students' agency, because having the students, having activities that involve our students need our, not just our cognitive ability, but also our emotional ability in managing activities which may involve the students, and they can minimize their affective filters to try using the language. And of course, group work, pair work will be the essential part of the teaching and learning process. Then classroom management. Classroom management includes so many aspects. It's not only physical aspect in the form of managing the desk in the classroom, but also managing the group work that may involve all students, whether they are not able, they are less able, or they are more able, they can be in the group. Then it depends on our ability in managing the worksheet, managing the time, managing our own mindfulness to be fair in giving response to the students, choosing the right words, performing performing the right facial expression when we attend the students when they work. Those are important aspects of classroom management. Then the next one is the key teacher practice that drive literacy adalah system level insight. The system that is led by the headmaster, by the principal. First, curriculum clarity. School should have curriculum. It is mandated by the government. Ini gak bisa kita itu copy paste asal ada dokumennya untuk disajikan kepada kepala sekolah dan pengawas dan dinas. Dan ketika akreditasi, tidak. Curriculum clarity should become the core document that then the put into the more practical using the more accessible words that we use in the objective in the classroom. Then the curriculum clarity here, it's not just look at the CP and then say, oh okay, kalau gitu kita pakai textbook ini aja. Kalau gitu kita pakai textbook. Hey, itu yang menyebabkan kegagalan seluruh Indonesia. Dan itu juga berlaku dari SKKD, KIKD di kurikulum-kurikulum sebelumnya. Ya. The second thing is professional development. Professional development that is continuous. That's why professional development should be started from self. We as teachers are we as learners. Therefore, the awareness of the importance of learning continuously should be in our DNA. So teachers' learning is not episodic and sporadic. That's how we can maintain our classroom practice that leads into literacy. Collaboration. Collaboration is the key. Professional learning society, professional learning communities, peer coaching. And we do have MG, MP, and KKG, which are not the place to only create item tests. It should be the place for collaborative learning. You know, I remember when we, team from Indonesia at that time, sponsored by the British Council at that time, presenting about MGMP in 1999 in one of the sessions in, I think it was in Chiang Mai at that time. And every single countries attended that session were very amazed for Indonesia to create this professional learning community called KKG and MGMP as a place for teachers to collaborate in learning. You know, Indonesia is great. Lots of regulation, lots of initiative. But we need to really practice it in a real sense. Not just in the shape of document. So, mari, MGMP and KKG is the place for collaborative learning. Yes? Professional development models that change classroom practice should be based on self awareness. Moderator, how many minutes more do I have?
It's about 10 minutes, Ibu, for the talk,
Okay.
and we will
Okay,
continue.
then it's good. It's good. Yes. So professional development models that change classroom practice should be based on self-awareness. Teachers are not only the implementer of the kebijakan or aturan in the form of report. Teachers and principals are the implementator of policy and regulation in a real practice in the classroom. Itu yang nantinya akan membantu kita membangun literasi. Dan kalaupun sekarang ada TKA, TKA itu tetap literasi yang diandalkan, bukan mengetes materi. Jangan salah. Jadi kalau nanti tingkat level TKA nilainya rendah, karena ya TKA-nya tidak berdasarkan proses mengajar yang membantu anak membangun literasi. Itulah sebabnya kita tidak perlu mempercayai berbagai soal yang dijual tentang soal TKA. Perbaiki kualitas proses mengajar kita untuk membangun literasi. Karena at the end, semua ujungnya, the result of education is level of literacy and character. So, professional model which change the classroom should be content focused, active learning, collaboration, modeling, coaching feedback, and sustained duration. Coaching feedback. I think in the last transformation di Merdeka Mengajar atau Merdeka Belajar kemarin, banyak sekali teman-teman di guru penggerak yang belajar tentang coaching. Kan? Nggak ada kok yang menghapus itu, hanya namanya aja berbeda. So, use that system. Karena itu bukan mandat angkatannya kementeri siapa, tetapi itu adalah mandat belajar dan mengajar. Ya. Socio-emotional learning, coaching, gunakan. Ya. Job embedded, including peer observation and reflection. Professional learning communities for ongoing and collaborative inquiry and data analysis. So, what is the data here? The data here is about our classroom, our reflection. Those are data. Alignment with school goals. Itulah sebabnya sekolah harus punya kurikulum. Kalau sekolah nggak punya kurikulum, goals-nya mau kemana? Then, of course, leadership, support, and opportunities for teachers agency. Makanya teachers itu berkewajiban untuk menyadarkan dirinya sendiri. Then professional development with coaching and active learning yields larger effects on teacher practice and students on outcome than traditional workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I would expect to be there and lead a workshop on this. However, at this time, I have to stop at this level, at the level of giving this probably reflective session for all of us. Let's remember, this is a quote by Kofi Annan that say, literacy is a bridge from misery to hope. Teaching materials are misery, but teaching with purpose is a hope. Thank you very much. Let's all of us start develop our awareness that literacy of Indonesia will only improve on your hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the meaningful and insightful talk and also reflective talk. I mean, like it makes us reflect to what we have done as teacher educators. All the participants have surely got a lot of benefits from your talk about teacher practice and student literacy outcomes. Okay, and Bapak and Ibu, we will now open question and answer session. The participants are welcome to type question in the chat box or also address the question directly to Ibu Ice by using the features of raising hands. Okay, yes, please. Any question? This is very interesting, Ibu. While waiting the question from the participant, when we talk about like the keep changing policy from the government. Oh, okay. We are going to talk about this later because here we have Fadli, one of the participant raising their hand. To Fadli, you can open your mic. Yes, please.
Okay, hello, Miss. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm truly sorry that I cannot open my camera first because
No
I think
problem.
my camera is broken. Well, I have a question that I really curious answer from you. So based on your presentation that there is a key teacher practices that drives literacy gains. One of the point is about modeling as fluent effective English user in certain level. Uh, well, yes, I found some schools in my region. They are maybe needed English teacher, but I don't know why. Maybe for some reason they cannot hire an English teacher for teaching English. So that school is assigned non-major English education. So it's like a biology teacher or maybe any teacher who has not what is that compatibility in English to teach English. So as the result, that teacher cannot even lead the students to speak English. It's just like the school principal is just like as long as the class is filled, then no matter you can teach or know English, it's very okay, something like that. So it's actually then what actually should be done to address that phenomenon is. Thank you.
Well, can I answer directly?
Yes, Ibu. Yes, please.
I think the principal should study more. It's why should remember students come to the class not only waiting for teachers to come. Children, human beings, come to class because they want to improve the quality of their lives. So I cannot say anything in this forum. I just say that the headmaster is wrong. The headmaster or the principal only think that a school is a factory. As long as somebody can do mencetak, then that's it. While actually students come to class to be able to improve their lives. Tolong dikirimkan berita itu, Pak Fadli. Please. This is a wrong practice because a school is not a place for students to attend the class, but a school is a place for students to grow as a human being. Yes, itu saja.
Okay.
Bagaimana Pak Fadli?
Thank you so much, Miss, for the insightful answer.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu, and also thank you, Pak Fadli, for the question. And now we have two participants here. The first participant is Ibu Anissa, and the next is Pak Damar. To Ibu Anissa, you can open your mic for the question, and Bu Icho will directly address the question.
Yes.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Ibu, sorry, you previously in your presentation you emphasized that professional development models should be based on self-awareness, and that teachers need to develop self-awareness of the importance of continuous learning. Could you please elaborate on what specific aspects of self-awareness teachers should develop to improve their classroom practice and enhance students' literacy outcomes at the end? Thank you, Ibu.
Yes. Number one, when we decide to be a teacher, we know that we have to grow human being. We have to help human being to grow. That's number one. Number two, we are aware that we choose English as our background. Then what does it mean? It means I have to be able to use English effectively enough to help my students to grow. Then, when I come to the classroom, I realize there are so many students with different level, with different background. Then, I have to be aware, okay, I need to develop myself in order to go to objective number one, that I am a teacher, I have to grow my students. Then, if we give a metaphor of a plantation, we have different kind of plants in the field. Then, of course, those plants need different treatment. And every now and then, not every year, not even when students change, the mood of the students change this week and next week will require us to listen. That's why we have to develop that self-awareness all the time along our life. I started training teachers like 30 or 25 years ago. If I don't learn, if I'm not aware of myself, the difference between 25 years ago and today, how can I connect to teachers? So that self-awareness should be very strong. Itu bukan bawaan lahir, tetapi sesuatu yang harus disengajakan, diupayakan setiap hari, setiap saat. Bahkan oleh saya yang sudah sudah memasuki ke setengah abad pengalaman. Still, I have to develop my self-awareness to learn. Begitu, Ibu. Jadi professional development itu bukan mandatnya kepala sekolah, bukan mandatnya kepala dinas, bukan mandatnya kementerian, tapi mandatnya diri sendiri. Karena apa? Ketika kita dimandatkan oleh kepala sekolah, oleh nasional, oleh kepala dinas, kita nyampe ini di ruangan untuk pengembangan diri 2 hari. Tapi otak kita nggak nyambung, nggak dapet. Nah, bagi yang nyambung, oh dia dapat 300% dari sesi itu. Why? Because those people have a very strong self-awareness and connect what they learn on what they have learned. Begitu, Ibu. Bagaimana?
Very much, thank you. So insightful, Ibu. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Anissa and Ibu Ice. And now we'll have the third participant here, Pak Damar. Yes, please, you can open your mic for the question.
Okay, am I clear?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity, Miss Alice and also Miss Icha. I like to ask a question about I've heard and I've also experienced about this type of curriculum. So this curriculum is called
Which curriculum? Which
love-based
curriculum?
curriculum.
Which curriculum?
Love-based, love-based, love,
Love-based?
love-based curriculum. Yeah,
Okay. Oh, kurikulum berbasis cinta. Okay, okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay,
From
so
the Kemenak. Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah, I've experienced this curriculum as a teacher, and I also use this curriculum. But sometimes this wasn't really effective because if we try to giving so much love to our students, but the students is not even giving the feedback to us. Sometimes, especially me, uh, was feeling like why should I give their base of my love when they not even giving their love to me? But if you have any solution about that, do you have any solution?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Pak Damar. Teacher and students are not transactional. Yes? First of all, because I was also involved in some part of the development of curriculum Cinta, so I know that basically it's not that kind of love that you have to give all to the students, but the way to understand the students. That there is one point in the love-based curriculum that students should love learning. That's why the love, the sense of love, which is included in the curriculum Cinta, should actually done by the teacher first. And it is not transactional when we give the love to the students. It's not transactional. It's embedded in the learning process. It's not about, you know, if the students doesn't show their feedback, then it means the love that we gave is probably wrong. Because the love that we give to the student should encourage them to express their opinion. Yes. So, jadi ini karena saya tahu apa deskripsi kurikulum cinta yang di-develop oleh Kementerian Agama dan alhamdulillah di awal-awal juga ikut berdiskusi banyak di dalamnya. Jadi sebenarnya yang diharapkan adalah bagaimana kita menumbuhkan kecintaan. Kecintaan terhadap Rasul, kecintaan kepada Allah, kecintaan kepada alam, kecintaan kepada belajar. Nah, barangkali ketika students belum respon, kita yang harus tunjuk diri kita. What have I done wrong? What should I improve? Itulah sebabnya professional development harus berbasis pada self-awareness. Semoga membantu untuk berpikir, Pak Dharma.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you. So love is not transactional, ya Bu ya.
Oh no.
Okay, so that is very inspiring and meaningful for all of us as a teachers and student here. We have students too. I'm sure that there are still some question from the participant, but unfortunately we run out of time. So, thank you so much, Ibu Ica Hodija, for having delivered an outstanding and insightful presentations. And if we can conclude, there are some key points from this presentation, like how our practices as teachers directly shape student literacy outcome. So through three keys, The first one is high impact teacher practices and classroom factors that influence the literacy, also system level insights. So it's like did collaboration and cooperation from all school community. Thank you. That's very inspiring, Ibu. It was a pleasure to have you in our conference. And now,
Thank you.
okay. And now,
Thank you so much, everyone. And hopefully you can conclude yourself and internalize it yourself.
yes,
Yes,
self-reflection. Ya, betul.
because the urgency and possibility of literacy transformation inviting your own personal commitment to yourself to become an effective model English teacher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we come to the sessions of certificate of symbolic appreciation. Thank you, Ibu Ice. We will send later the certificate right away. And for the committee, can someone help us to show the certificate? Thank you, Ibu Ice. We will send this right away. Okay. And thank
Okay.
you for
Okay.
presenting in iConnects 2026. Terima kasih banyak, Ibu. And
Sama-sama.
for all participants, thank you for attending. And we have made a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Ibu Ice, by typing clap clap or by using the raising hand features. Okay, thank you again. And I will hand over the mic to the MC of the house. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Thank you.
wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Terima kasih, hatur nuhun pisan.
Sama-sama, Ibu.
Thank you very much for the insightful and meaningful presentation. Once again, our sincere appreciation goes to Dr. Iche Hodijah, MA, for sharing her valuable knowledge with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the third keynote speaker. Our third keynote speaker is Kaum Peridons, MA, a British ELT and professional communication consultant. Slide-nya. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for the third keynote session is Mrs. Anissa Safarini, SPD MSc from Suryakancana University. To Mrs. Anissa Safarini, kindly turn on your microphone and please proceed with the session.
All right. Thank you very much, the MC of the house. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well and still feeling energized. My name is Anissa, and I'll be your moderator for this session. I'd like to again warmly welcome you to the third iConnects. Before we go any further, allow me to do a quick check-in. Yeah, since this is our third keynote session, let's see how everyone's feeling. Could you please send one emoji in the chat box to show your current energy level? Maybe coffee emoji to those of you who likes coffee. Fire emoji, thumbs up, or anything works. Let's see how it's going in the chat. Wow, I got so many reactions here, Mr. Cole. Yeah, okay. So I see lots of emojis coming in. Thank you, everyone. Love the energy. I also feel so energized to facilitate this session. So thank you again. So I do believe that Mr. Kome also feels energized by seeing all the reactions coming in. So as we may know that this year we're working with a really powerful theme, enhancing literacy in multicultural era, applied linguistics for empowerment and innovation. And honestly, this theme is very relevant to where we are today, I think, because literacy is no longer just about learning in language in the classroom. It's about using language to connect, to participate, and to be part of global conversations, especially in multicultural settings. That idea fits perfectly with today's keynote session, everyone. Our keynote talk today is titled From Language Learning to Global Participation, Intercultural and Communicative Competence for an Empowered Indonesia. Just from the title alone, we can already see how closely this topic connects to Indonesia. Our diversity, our multilingual reality, and our growing role in international collaboration. We're very lucky to have Mr. Calm Downs with us today. But before that, I just want to just quick say hi to Mr. Calm, and can you say hi back to us?
Good morning. Hello, Anissa.
Good morning. Hello, Mr. Calm. Right, everyone, let me share a short description about Mr. Calm. Mr. Calm is a British ELT and professional communication consultant, currently based in Jakarta, and he brings more than 20 years of experience working across different regions, from Southeast Asia and the Middle East to Europe and Caucasus. What's really interesting about his work is that he doesn't see English just as a classroom subject, but as a tool for real world communication, especially in policy, diplomacy, education, and employability. Many of you, may know him from his time at the British Council Indonesia, where he served as Director of English, Education, and Society. During that time, he worked closely with educators, ministries, and international partners, and also led global initiatives such as this is I like the most climate action in language education. I'm really into this currently. So his perspective really combines global experience with strong local understanding. More about him, you may read his outstanding CV shown on screen, everyone. Before we begin, just a quick note on how the Q&A session will work later in 15 minutes. After the presentation, you're welcome to ask questions orally by using the raise hand feature and turning on your camera, microphone when called, or you may type your questions in the chat box. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Colm Peter Downs. Mr. Colm, over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a very generous introduction. Good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi semua. Well, it's almost lunchtime, so I'm sure you're keen to get to the break. I'm going to try to keep this session as interactive as possible because I know that long Zoom conferences and meetings can be tiring. So I hope to keep you engaged. I'm going to start off by asking you to tell me a little bit maybe about yourself and where you're from in the chat box, if you're using the chat box. So I am British, my dad is Irish, my mum is English, I'm from London, but I live in Jakarta. Tell me where you're from. Are you from Cianjur? Are you all in Cianjur at the moment? I wish that I was with you in person if you are all in Cianjur at Universitas Suryakancana. I have been to Cianjur, you might be surprised to know. I've driven there a couple of times. I've taken the different roads via Bogor and Puncak, and I spent a couple of days in Sukabumi, and then from Sukabumi I went to Bandung through Cianjur. Actually, 2 weeks ago, maybe 10 days ago, I was in West Bandung, enjoying a few days in Padalarang, the new kind of city. And it was a very nice climate, and I'm sure you have a very nice climate. One of the great things about Cianjur is being able to be away from the pollution that I suffer with in Jakarta. But I think you still have macet. You can't escape the macet wherever you are in Indonesia. Okay, but we are online today. I'm in Jakarta at the moment, and I'm going to start sharing my slides if I can. So I'm going to send a request for permission to share my screen. I think I can share my desktop here. Right, I was looking at the university. I was looking at the map of where you are exactly a little while ago. Okay. You can see, like, I've got my favorite places in Bandung and Padalarang all marked on my map. I'll have to come and visit you. Anyway, let me get to my presentation. I'm going to give you my slides later on. It's nice to see some of your faces. I'm going to keep this interactive. We're going to have chats. There will be a lot of time for questions at the end, but I'm going to ask you questions as we go. All right. So here we are. And as Anissa mentioned a minute ago, I'm going to be talking today about sort of moving beyond English language proficiency to embracing or integrating other skills as well as language proficiency, which I consider necessary to really be part of the global interconnected world that we live in, to access opportunities, more opportunities in Indonesia, in ASEAN and around the world, to be more competitive, more employable, more successful. Okay, so that's the focus of this talk today. As you can see, the full title was From Language Learning to Global Participation, Intercultural and Communicative Competence for an Empowered Indonesia. And we'll be exploring through my talk what I mean by communicative competence and intercultural competence. I'll be asking you to reflect on your own communicative and intercultural competence and how these skills can be integrated into English language teaching, learning, and assessment. Okay. Here's your university. I was very impressed, I got to say, by that amazing performance at the opening of today's conference. I took a screenshot. Okay, so whoever was involved in that, it was really very professional. I enjoyed that a lot. I think you should put it up on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. Okay, I'll move on to today's session. As Anissa said, I've been in Indonesia for quite a long time. I've had the pleasure of meeting and working with the previous two keynote speakers, and I was delighted to see them here this morning. Pak Aziz, in his former role, he used to be the education attaché for Indonesia, serving in the Indonesian embassy in London. And I remember meeting Pak Aziz about 6 years ago when we had a number of university vice chancellors who visited Indonesia. And we were both involved in helping them better understand the sort of complex landscape of higher education in Indonesia. And I first met Ibu Ija Hodija, well, more than a decade ago. And it's great to see Ibu Ija this morning. She's long been a very powerful, inspirational voice, positive voice for enhancing English language teaching, learning and assessment in Indonesia. And she always says, the things that need saying, and says them strongly, which is, she's a very important voice. And I hope that more of the recommendations that she battles for are implemented. So I'm honored really to be the third speaker this morning. As you can see here, my last permanent role was as the Director for English Education and Society at the British Council in Jakarta. And I'm now a consultant and researcher and trainer. And I've been working with number of academics from different universities in Indonesia. This is a report that we published at the end of 2024. This report was all about professional development opportunities for teachers in Indonesia. It covers both pre-service teacher training, so the training that prospective Indonesian teachers do at university or in higher education colleges. And then most of this report looks at what is available for practicing English teachers, so in-service professional development. So if you want to download that, you can scan the QR code. You will get all of my slides at the end of the talk today, and I have over 80 slides. I'm not going to show you 80 slides today, but I've given you a full deck of resources and academic links so that you can explore those more in your own time. I'm only going to share about 20 slides in the actual talk. Okay, so I want to make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to put a question up. I want you to answer in the chat box. And then in a minute, if you want to say something about this, you can put your hand up, and I'd be very happy to hear from any volunteers who want to tell me their opinion. Okay, so the title to this slide says From Language Learning to Global Participation. And it's quite a big question. So here's the question. What new skills are now essential for graduates entering the international AI-driven world of work? All right, I'm going to try to put up my chat box. And let's see who's still with us. Prompting. You got to learn. ChatGPT is only as good as the prompt that you give it. Prompt writing skills. Okay, what other skills? AI is just part of it. When you think of the skills that you need to get a job, I'm gonna give you a minute to tell me what you think in the chat. Critical thinking skills, creating pictures and images. Okay. It was interesting earlier on when I asked my question to Pat Aziz, and we were talking about the challenges around improving English language proficiency in Indonesia. And one of the challenges he highlighted was around motivation. And he said that he went to a lot of rural areas in Indonesia and he would meet students and parents, and they would ask him, why do we need to learn English? We only speak Bahasa Indonesian, or we speak our local language. And so it's clearly there a lack of motivation, and maybe that lack of motivation is linked to a lack of recognition or understanding or awareness of what opportunities, learning English would give people, even from remote and rural areas. And I would say perhaps especially people from rural and remote areas. Okay, we're getting some great coding, storytelling skills. Would anybody like to tell me about how things are changing or skills? Anybody want to put their hand up and have a chat? Any volunteers? I'm trying to look at can't see any hands yet. About Nia, about Nisa, I might come to you in a minute if we're going to get no volunteers. I'm keen to hear some views on this question. So maybe Anissa, tell me what you think.
All right, I think code language may be one of the new skills that is essential for graduates, especially for entering the workplace who is driven by AI, because when I also happen to like play a code, even though there is a automatic code, we need to have the reading skills to understand the code itself. And I think when it comes to connection to the English itself, the users must have like adequate English skills to understand the code itself, for the AI itself to get everything done as instructed. I think that's my thoughts.
Okay, that's definitely up there, and it's an interesting one. And there's a lot of debate about that. I think it's linked really to digital skills and digital literacy skills. Specifically on coding, I actually worked on a course about 10 years ago now where we were developing English for what we call digital freelancers. And I know that there's a number of centers in London that's focused, probably still focused specifically on helping people develop their coding skills. And certainly people with coding skills and good English language skills were very highly employable because people wanted those employees with those coding skills. However, the counter argument these days, some people are saying that actually in the future, AI will do the coding for you and you won't need coding skills. So some people, all this time and energy that you might put into learning how to code, AI and the power of technology will mean that I can code even if I don't know what's happening. I'll trust the computer. So that's quite interesting. Finding this balance between what computers can do for us and what we will still need to do as human beings is one of the key areas moving forward, both for teachers and for students and for graduates. But digital literacy skills, certainly, as we can become more and more reliant on technology, digital literacy skills is high up on nearly everybody's list. If you want a job these days, you need to be able to use computers, use mobile phones, send emails, and do more than just send emails, right? You need to be able to use AI efficiently, and a lot of people put prompting skills. Yeah. However, at the same time, again, it's always complicated. People are talking about how whilst it will be important to develop your digital literacy skills, we will still want people to be able to build relationships face to face with other human beings. And if we spend all of our time on our mobile phones and talking to chatbots and talking to computers, there is a risk that we might be less good at making friends and building professional relationships in real life. So these kind of human real life skills may be going to become more premium skills in the future. It's very interesting. Anybody else wants to have a little chat about this? We've got quite a lot of time in today's keynote, so I'm pleased with that. I'm not in a rush. Any other kind of key skills that you need to get a job or to be part of the global community? Nia? Nia's away maybe from her computer. Ahmad, you got your hand up. Great. Tell me, Ahmed. You can turn your mic on if you like.
Okay, I'm sorry, and my voice is clearly?
Yep, it's very clear.
Okay, my name is Ahmad, and I want to elaborate my thoughts about storytelling skills in AI-driven world. My thoughts is everything it's so complex. Even with AI, we need to simplify things and to tell our thoughts, to tell our result in research, we need to have a skill to share that. And I think how we tell that using the simplified word, how we make a people imagine that and understand that, I think it's important. It's important to having that skill. I think it's that, sir. Sorry.
Well, Ahmed, thank you very much for saying that. And actually, you're absolutely right. Storytelling is like one of the oldest thing. People have worked with storytelling since communication started. This is how knowledge has always been passed on through generations and across cultures, telling our story. But interestingly, when you talk about as a kind of new skill, it's not a new skill because it's always been a key skill, but it's coming back into fashion. If you Google storytelling as a key employability skill, you will find lots of articles about this now. Even big tech companies like Facebook and Google they're creating jobs, very well paid jobs for people who are kind of storytellers. Because storytelling is a way of communicating your message clearly, maybe in a human way to your audience. So storytelling is definitely a key skill. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. Okay, so this is a good link. You can relax for a bit now. I'm going to tell you a true story about an Indonesian person. And when I'm telling you their story, I want you to think about your own story. It's about your journey and your education story. And as I tell you their story, I want you to think very hard about all of the skills that I mentioned and the skills that this person needed and the skills that this person developed and how did this person develop those skills. So you're thinking about the person in my story, but you're also thinking about yourself. So here's my story. Okay, my story is about a woman called Maria from Central Java, and she is pictured here surrounded by teak trees. Okay, and she grew up. Her parents were farmers, both of her parents, and neither of her parents had been to university. But she was she liked learning. She was very keen at learning and she studied hard and she managed to get a scholarship to go to university. She was the first person to go to university in Semarang. And the scholarship covered the university fees. But it only covered the university fees. It didn't cover living costs, her kosan, or her food. So she needed a bit of extra money. Now, her father cut some of the trees down to help pay for her university life in Semarang, but she still wanted a bit of extra money. And she was very smart and very good at English. And she went online. This is about 20 years ago now, 15, 20 years ago. And even then, 15, 20 years ago, she had an email address and she found this website called the Translators Cafe. And there were people looking for Indonesians who spoke English and Bahasa Indonesian and needed to translate some documents. And she managed to get some work online with email address. She got paid, not very high, but she got some extra money. It was certainly enough to help her through her university course in Samarang. And then she got another scholarship and she moved to Jakarta and she went to Universitas Indonesia or UI. And she continued to make some extra money. She worked in a bengkel. I think she was helping sell tires, but also she found more work online. There was another platform where she found some jobs in Jakarta. Actually, on this platform, there were some Japanese businessmen who wanted support with interpreting in meetings and also some support in moving around and traveling around Jakarta. So she found some opportunities there to support some Japanese businesses with their meetings in Jakarta. So this supplemented her, or this gave her some money to survive. And then she finished her degree and she got a good job. And after that, she's had a very good career, a professional career. But in addition, she's still very entrepreneurial. Many Indonesians are very entrepreneurial. She has developed an online business, and she gets things made, products made in Bali, mostly like this bag and some shoes, and she sells them online to customers from all around the world. So she has a website. People send inquiries by email. She replies to the customers, and then these products are sold and shipped. And this is a side business, a side hustle. Okay? So that's my story. It's all true. So as I told you that story, I hope you were thinking about Maria, and I hope you're thinking about yourself. Because the key parts of my story are this. Sorry, Ria. She was very fortunate to gain scholarships to complete her undergraduate studies and her postgraduate studies. However, this on its own wasn't enough. She also developed the following skills in order to be successful. What skills can somebody put in the, can you put in the chat any of the skills that I mentioned? You know, kind of play bingo, if you like. What skills did I mention? Anybody want to put in the chat? What skills did she develop? Or what skills did she show as part of her journey? Yeah, she skills to adapt. She definitely adapted to different environments. She was entrepreneurial, creative skills. Any other skills? All right, so here we go. These are the kind of main skills that I want to highlight that she developed. She certainly had good English language proficiency skills. So although she had digital literacy skills. Okay, so the digital literacy skills to find jobs online, to write emails, to go to these platforms. And then she needed the English language skills to apply for jobs, to speak to potential clients. And as she did that, she was then, while she was doing that, she started to develop her professional communication skills, like negotiating, presenting. And as she increasingly met people from different parts of Indonesia and then different parts of the world, she started to develop her intercultural competence, understanding how people were different and also similar from different cultures. And along the way, actually, her main job now is working around protecting the environment in Indonesia. So she's developed her green skills. And people talk about this as a new area for work. So these are all
Oh my gosh.
important skills. And then the next bit of this story where I want to emphasize, because this is really important. Okay. I think that these are the kind of skills that are key to being successful or succeeding in today's society, in the global workforce. She didn't really develop most of these skills at school or in university. So we're going to reflect on that. She developed most of these skills by herself. So we're going to think about the role that schools and universities and lecturers and parents, and what role do they play and could they play in helping more Indonesian students develop these skills? Because I think that we can teach and help learners develop these skills at school and university. And there's a lot of academic evidence, which I'll share with you, and research, which talks about integrating these skills into the curriculum. So it could be into the English language teaching curriculum. So we could be helping learners develop not only their English language proficiency skills, but also these type of skills. Secondly, we can now also make use of technology to develop these skills. If you do some research into how ChatGPT is used and how AI is used, one of the top ways in which AI is used is as a teacher, as a coach, okay, to give feedback, to answer questions, okay? So we can, there are risks, and as is talked about some of the risks, of course, we've got to be aware and reflect on the risks, but at the same time, I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. Okay. Excuse me. That was quite a long story, but I hope it was memorable, and I hope maybe for many of you, you might have thought about yourself as I was telling this story. Okay, I wonder what skills you developed and how you developed those skills and where you developed those skills. So, what's the most important skill? This is when you get my slides, you can click on this. Okay, you can see that little hand. So it's a hyperlink. All right, so there's a lot of resources in my slides. This is a very short but very useful report, and this is around sort of, you can see the title of the report. It says English for Career Readiness, and in the report it talks about the kind of skills that employers are looking for. But let's not lose sight. Before I talk about other skills, I want to reassert and emphasize that the number one skill here, the foundation level skill, is still English language proficiency. So the ability to communicate in English is often an essential requirement for gaining opportunities for career advancement and improved socio-economic status. And and this is why both I share a passion with Ija. We're so passionate about English because we see English as that key to opportunities. And we're especially passionate about helping people maybe from less, well, helping people from all backgrounds to develop their English language proficiency skills, because English is that thing that will, again, improve socio-economic status. It might be the difference that helps them get an LPDP scholarship. And they could be the first person from their family to go to university. They could be the first person from their family to work in a job that requires English, maybe an international company. So I'm really keen on that. I don't just want the benefits of these great jobs going to the elite who've had the easy kind of route through international schools and then overseas qualifications. We want to make it available to everybody. This is another report. Again, you can click. This is from the World Economic Forum. I just want you to have a look over here on the left-hand side. So these were core skills. These are listed by employers, and they were the skills that they thought were essential in 2025 to get a job. Zooming in a bit here. Somebody said critical thinking. Well, critical thinking is number 4. Analytical thinking was number 1. But as well as these kind of critical thinking, I'm very interested here that we've got other things like social influence. Their technological literacy is like digital literacy. Empathy and active listening. Now, empathy and active listening, this is a communication skill. Okay. It doesn't say English language here, but it's a human skill. It's a communication skill. Similarly, I think social influence is a communication skill. So right up there, you've got a few that are to do with people's communication skills. And that's really at the heart of what I'm coming to in a minute. It's around improving learners' English language proficiency and their communication skills. Number 19, this links to your theme of your conference. You've got multilingualism. And I tell you that you already should be very proud that Indonesia is extremely strong in multilingualism because everybody already speaks 2 languages, if not 3 or 4 languages. Yeah, because you have your first language, maybe Javanese, and then you've got Bahasa Indonesian, and then you've got English, and maybe you know another language as well. Who's got the most languages? Put it in the chat if you think you've got the most. Is anybody going to tell me they've got more than 3? Maybe I'll come and ask you. All right, so in terms of technological literacy, again, I'm jumping around. In terms of multilingualism, Indonesia is much stronger than America. Most people and the UK. Most people in America and the UK, people only speak English. Okay, we're not very multilingual. People in Asia, people in Indonesia are much better at using mobile phones and computers than people in the West. So you have much higher digital literacy skills. So in these areas, okay, Asia and Indonesia is really leading the world. But it's some of the other skills that make a difference, which is around the kind of communication skills. All right. So this is, I think, recognized in Indonesia. Okay. I work with the ministry and I work with people like Ija, and I know that, as you can see here, the role of English language education extends beyond vocabulary and grammar. And I know that the ministry is trying to, in the curriculum, stress the importance of employability and internationalization, and stress the importance of schools and universities producing graduates who are not only proficient in English, but also confident in using the language in real world contexts. How do we do that is what we're coming to. Part of that is a change in curriculum, part of that is in initial teacher training, part of that is in assessment of what we assess at school and university. Part of that is requiring a focus on developing all 4 skills, not just reading and listening, and again, all 4 skills and assessing all 4 skills. So that means more emphasis in schools on speaking and writing. So I said a particular emphasis on productive skills. And part of this requires schools and universities to integrate employability skills into their English language programs, including intercultural competence and professional communication skills, such as negotiation, presentations, and report writing. So, all of that said, we're going to come back to you. I've got another question for you. In your opinion, when Indonesians struggle to participate internationally, when this happens, what do you think is the biggest barrier? Something else chat means put it in the chat box if I haven't mentioned it, if there's something else. Okay, quite a few people are saying confidence, confidence, confidence. A few people at the beginning, one person said grammar, and somebody else said, go back up. I know a lot of grammars, confidence. Most of the time it's confidence. Good. Actually, it is confidence. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, really, but I've got my opinion. I think Indonesians are very good generally. I mean, the focus has been on grammar. Too much focus on grammar, not enough focus on being confident, fluency over grammatical accuracy, not being afraid to make mistakes. Okay, you don't need to speak perfect English in order to communicate. And actually, communicative confidence is basically it's about being confident. It's about feeling like you can get your message across, that you can talk to somebody. And part of that is around cultural awareness and intercultural competence. So let's move on to these two. I'll just show you a brief definition of both, and then we'll start thinking about how you can develop them. So communicative confidence is the belief in one's own ability to express thoughts, ideas, and opinions clearly, effectively, and appropriately in various social and professional settings. It involves trusting one's communication skills and having a sense of control over interactions, which reduces fear or hesitation when speaking up. So we really got to do everything that we can to try to boost learners' communicative competence, their belief in their ability to express themselves. And then connected but separate, intercultural competence, that ability to communicate and interact effectively and appropriately with people from different cultural backgrounds, involving the knowledge, skills, and attitude to understand, respect, and adapt to cultural differences for successful collaboration in diverse settings. And what I wanted to start off by telling you, or one of the things I wanted to emphasize today, I've said that Indonesia is very strong at digital literacy skills, multilateralism, but also Indonesia is very strong in terms of intercultural competence. However, it is strong in terms of intercultural competence within Indonesia. Okay? This is what I'm going to tell you now. Hopefully, is going to boost your confidence to say that you already have these skills. In fact, it is ingrained as part of the kind of the Pancasila, the kind of the foundations on which Indonesia is held together. It's through this concept of unity in diversity. If you look at this map of Indonesia, you can see how many different ethnic groups and how many different languages there are. Anissa, where are you from originally?
From Tasikmalaya. It's
All right,
7
and
hours away from Cianjur.
tell me some differences between Tasikmalaya and Cianjur. Generally, I know, with generalization.
In the context of language or
People and how
People.
people are.
Somehow Cianjur is more open when talking about feelings or maybe talking about thoughts and minds. Somehow in Tasikmalaya is more like closed and very polite. That's what I feel so far.
And what about any other differences? Like who talks faster or who walks faster? Is there any differences in speed?
Maybe the speed of speaking that I notice a lot. People from Tasikmalaya is more like very slow because it maintains the politeness. Well, meanwhile in Cianjur it's more direct, and for the speed is like a bit faster than Tasikmalayans.
So would you say the people are a bit more direct as well? Are they a bit more
Yeah, a bit
direct?
more direct at some points, at some contexts. Yeah.
All right. So look, you've got this intercultural competence for these places, okay? And although these are generalizations, and generalizations can sometimes be useful, but
Yep.
I mean, how many languages do you speak, Anissa?
Let's see. My first language is Sundanese, Indonesia, English 3. I can
You got
speak
Javanese,
those.
okay, Javanese,
Javanese.
Bahasa, and English.
No, it's too hard. Yeah. Yeah, 3
Do you
language.
speak any Sundanese?
Sorry?
Is it Sundanese?
Yeah, Sundanese. Yeah. Cianjur and
So,
Tasikmalaya is Sundanese.
yeah. So do you know any Javanese or not really?
No, no at the moment.
Okay.
No,
So you
maybe
got,
you.
all right, you got, what I'm sort of pointing out is you got multilingual, you have 3 languages, you know some differences in different places, okay? And have you met people from different parts of Indonesia? Have you ever traveled around Indonesia much?
Not that much, but I've experienced communicating with people from Java, real Javanese, real Javanese people who talk
Yeah.
like very deep Indonesia. Then no, only in Java, not travel a lot.
Okay. And have you ever been overseas?
Yeah, yeah. I've been to Bristol because I studied in Bristol University. Then I traveled. I traveled a lot around Europe.
Okay, and I bet that was a life-changing experience, right?
Yeah, yeah. It is. It is. Yeah, it was. And
Okay.
it was so. I mean, in terms of communication, when I first touched my feet in the UK, I got, even though I was quite confident back then about my English, especially my listening to listen to the native speaking, but in a 1 month arrival, I got really homesick because I didn't quite understand what British people were saying, like especially for Bristolians. It's the accent is quite uh uh different, I think. So it's so
And
challenging to me.
were people in Bristol and the UK similar or different to what you expected?
Uh, in what context?
In any way, like you must have had an idea before you went to the UK and to Bristol what people would be like. And then when you arrived and then you started studying, was it exactly what you imagined or was it quite different?
It's quite different. But maybe if I maybe if because I was in the area of academic settings, because I live near the campus, so it's not that difference. I mean, like the academicians, the vibe of academicians is like still the same, and talking like academic things. But when I came to London, it's a very lively, vibrant, and people is so individualistic. Sorry, so I couldn't even like approach and talk to somebody in London. Yeah, I hope it answers your questions.
It does. I think, and what we're having a chat and everybody's listening, but what I'm trying to say here, on the one hand, I wanted to focus on Indonesia and say that Indonesia's got a lot of diversity in language and people and culture, and Indonesia is pretty harmonious. People get on, people adapt to different time zones. People have, switch between languages. Sometimes they use it even in Jakarta. You got this kind of jaxal with people speaking a bit of English and a bit of Bahasa, and other people find that annoying. I mean, there's all sorts, right? And if you go to Sulawesi or you go to Lake Toba or you go to Papua, it's going to be very different. But Indonesians would be pretty confident, I think, in traveling around, going to Bali or if they had the opportunities to. Okay. Now, all you got to do is take that confidence and apply it at an international level, at an ASEAN level, or at a global level. Okay, is what I'm kind of recommending. Okay, or encouraging people to do. Okay, now let me show you my next slide. What do we need to do? I've already said you got to focus on these skills. You've got to integrate intercultural competence, communicative competence into schools and universities. I'm saying you've already got quite a lot of intercultural competence in Indonesia, but it's having it internationally. Now, Anissa would have developed her intercultural competence because she had that ability to go and study in Bristol and spend some time in the UK. So maybe, you know, I'm sure you got some, it might have been difficult at the beginning to adapt to a new environment, different food and different, you know, temperatures. Maybe people with different accents, as you said, you couldn't understand them at the beginning. But by the end, and you were homesick at the beginning, but by the end of your masters in Bristol, did you feel a little bit more integrated into the kind of into UK and made some friends?
Yeah, I felt so settled after my master ends, and I felt like I didn't want to go back to Indonesia because I already like made a lot of friends there. And I adjusted well, and I started to build confidence and talking with locals confidently. And I finally understood what Bristolians specifically are saying in words, word by word. So leaving all of them work was kind of very hard for me. So because you know, after being back to Indonesia, I need to adapt again, and I need to like don't have the opportunity to communicate with the locals for maintaining my English, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we have a long debate with this because I had the same experience. I went to Sri Lanka when I was 18 for a year, and I had culture shock when I arrived, and I had what is called reverse culture shock when I came back. But by having a year in Sri Lanka when I was 18, my intercultural skills developed very, very quickly because I was in a different culture and I had to develop those skills, and you did the same. But most people don't have the opportunity that we had, or you know, that we were lucky enough to have. And what I really want to focus on in the last kind of 10 minutes of this talk is how can we help people to develop these skills in school and in university if they haven't got the opportunity to, you know, spend a year in Bristol or a year like me in Sri Lanka. I've got some ideas, or what do you think, Anissa?
I um I do recommend people who haven't yet got experience travel around the world, or maybe yeah, different countries. YouTube is everywhere, and social media platform is everywhere. So I think you or yeah, these kinds of people can understand or build intercultural communication or intercultural communication using these platforms. You know, there is like a platform, social media platform, who can like talk directly to the locals, to people from different countries. I think these people must be like, including me maybe now, must have like must use most of the social media functions, because it can like at least we got the big picture of how the people from different countries, different cultures are acting, language, are talking. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, that's one of the things about technology is that we are now all connected, right? So I'm in Jakarta, you're in Cianjur, but I could be in London right now. I could be in New York. I could be anywhere. You could be anywhere. So these kind of connections enable people from different countries and cultures to meet online. It's not as good as face to face, but it's something. So I think these kind of virtual links where schools or universities could create a kind of link with another school or another university from a different country. That's a brilliant thing to do because then you would be developing your language skills. You've got to talk in English as the common language, but you might be talking about Indonesian culture, and they could be presenting or talking about their culture. Could be from South America or Africa or another part of Asia. Okay, you could be speaking to Japanese or Korean students. Okay, and like you said, that's a kind of formal thing to do. Informally, you could become, maybe you're a member or you like a K-pop band or a Japanese band. You can become part of a group online or forums and chat rooms and other places like this. So I would encourage people to do as much of that as possible. Um, Obviously, informally and indirectly, whenever we watch foreign films or international films, it's like a window into different worlds and different places. So all of this is helping people to develop their international competence. But international competence, when you meet people, is also what do you do when you meet them? How do you talk to them? So again, I've got lots of slides on this, but there's things like the ability to ask questions and listen carefully will help you better understand people. And when you ask questions and listen carefully, usually what you'll find is that you'll find lots of things that you have in common or similarities, even though these people are completely different from you, right? They might say, "Oh, look, Anissa's a Muslim lady from Tasikmalaya or from Cianjur, but we both studied English literature at university in the UK. I went to King's, she went to Bristol, so we got that in common, and we can have a good chat." If I started telling you that I like football or I like cooking or I like playing badminton or I like rock music. I'm sure people right now, some of you are going, "Oh, I like those things too." And these are kind of cross-cultural hobbies and interests, and you can use those to build relationships. So why should we do this? Why should we do this? Anybody else want to say why? Why is it important in today's society to develop intercultural competence as well as English language proficiency? I can ask Anissa, you got 10 seconds left if you want to hear from somebody else or speak yourself. Anissa, give me a quick. Oh, sorry. Mohammed is going to give us an answer. Go on, Mohammed, tell us why we
go.
do this. Your mic's okay, Mohammed.
Sorry, I'm sorry because my camera is a bit is not that good, and I couldn't really properly wearing my background virtual background. Okay, so my answer to this question is, in my opinion, it's because that in recent years, we're with the development of technologies, informations, internet, etc. I mean, we are in an age of it is more borderless, and that people are more connected, and while we experience this, there are lots of what is it opportunities, and um, people are becoming more open-minded. There are lots of and even there are lots of competitiveness because of this. So even I think that the needs of to have a proficiency in English language, if even not just English, we also have to also I mean to have other sets of language, not only language but also cultural proficient cultural literacy other than English. I have my in my own what is it point of view. I believe that today's English is not enough to be able to be, I don't know, to compete with other peoples, because the in a global scale. Is it, could this answer the questions, or am I too
Yeah.
what is it, going somewhere?
No, you displayed good communicative competence, Mohammed. I liked
Okay,
it.
thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. All right, and that's what it's all about. It's about having confidence to put your hand up and give an answer and chat. And he's absolutely right. There are more opportunities, basically, is one of the reasons. Okay, as I said, if you make a product 20 years ago, you could sell the product to the people in your village. Now you make a product. If you've got good communication skills, you can sell your product to anybody in the world. Okay, and that's huge. If you have good language skills and digital skills, you create a website. But if you've got good intercultural competence skills, when you have your Zoom meeting, you can connect with that person. You can build a relationship. You can build a friendship, and then a professional relationship, and persuade them to trust you, to go into business with you, to employ you, okay, to give you a scholarship, to give you a job, right? So these are the reasons. How can we do this? I've got lots of slides. We don't have enough time right now, but there are lots of activities that we do if you're an English teacher or you're training to be an English teacher, as well as focusing on grammar and vocabulary. Okay, we can be focusing on just people's like ability to ask questions, to um, be more open-minded, to be more empathetic, to be more curious, to be more critical. Okay. So what do teachers need to do? What should schools and universities do? What should the Ministry of Education do? They should recognize, I think, and they do. But again, I think as Ija was talking about, she said, like, I think there's been new curriculum, even under Pat Nadim and the former group of DGs and Curriculum Merdeka. That was, I know it's not universally popular with everybody. I quite liked Curriculum Merdeka myself, aspects of it, but it's about the implementation of these new curriculum and actually how to get them into schools. And that is partly through course books and materials. It's partly through professional development for teachers who are working. It's partly through the pre-service, the teacher training courses. It's partly through parental support as well. Okay, but it's about saying that we want all four skills, not just reading and listening and grammar, but also speaking and writing. We want intercultural competence as an explicit part of the curriculum, to study it, to talk about it, to try to develop it, to try to assess it. We want professional communication skills. And in the rest of my slides, which you will look at, okay? So these are like my gift to you, especially if you're an academic student and you want the academic support for all of this. Oh, and there's also AI. This, for example, is a very good, relatively short, recent academic article in a good academic journal from Oxford University Press called the ELTJ, and it is an overview of intercultural communication and its place in English language teaching. So it gives you a background to intercultural communication. It gives you all of the different terms and acronyms and the jargon that has been used in this area. Okay, and you can read all about it. I'll just show you a bit of that. I'm coming back. Here it is. You can read in detail. I've highlighted some key paragraphs. And you can see this is the kind of end of the conclusion. All of these factors combined underscore the growing importance of intercultural communication in English language teaching, and the need to incorporate it more deeply and systematically into teacher education, teaching materials, classroom practices, and assessment. So there's my academic direct quote from Will Baker, right? And then there are other sources. So there's another academic that these are practical things you could do as a teacher. And then this is another, he's another academic with a different theory about intercultural communication. And this is about the importance of finding similarities, not just differences. Don't just say Japanese people are all like this and Russian people are all like this and people from Chanjo are all like this. We are all individual. And we have to understand each other as individuals. So I've got lots of stuff for you to read. Too much stuff, really. But that's all for you to explore in your own time, because I was aware of today's timing. I want to say as my closing remarks here, I think essentially what it comes down to is as you develop as an English language teacher and you become more familiar with these, you can see that at the moment, most people in Indonesia see themselves as just English as a foreign language and they focus on the language and that's their job. And I hope and I prefer to see myself as a facilitator of learning, and I like CLIL. So I like to think of myself as I'm doing content and language integrated learning. So not just language, not just English, but also maybe negotiation skills, presentation skills, intercultural competence. But it could be biology, anything that is a content. Okay. So this is a useful continuum of practice. Where are you and where are you going to be as an educator? And I think we will gradually move from here to more ESP, CBI, and CLIL or CLIL. And then more specifically, these will be my recommendations to the Ministry of Education. So I can be outspoken now. I can say what I think, but I think we've got to teach and test all 4 skills. I think we need minimum English proficiency requirements as a standard to get a job and to complete in-service teacher training programs. I think we need to replace inefficient English language tests, like those that only test listening, reading, and grammar, with more efficient AI-supported tests that test all 4 skills. I think we need to move the teachers or reimagine the teacher's role as a coach or facilitator of learning and integrate skills across the curriculum. So, thank you very much, Universitas Suryakancana. That's my email address. I'm on X, and you can see me posting on X. Tomorrow, I am doing a couple of free webinars. One on preparing for IELTS writing in the morning at 10 o'clock. And tomorrow evening, I'm doing another one about preparing for the speaking part of the exam. So if you are interested, they're both free. And if you want all of the slides from today, then I'll put them here. That's my talk, Anissa. Thank you for being a willing participant and joining in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Colm. I think it's such a thought-provoking talk I had so far. So I think we can all agree that this session really reminded us that language learning is not just about mastering skills, everybody, yeah, but about intercultural competence to participate, collaborate, and engage globally. Now, we'd love to hear from you, our lovely participants. We'll move to 15-minute question and answer session. As mentioned earlier, there are two ways you can ask your questions. If you'd like to ask question orally, please click raise hand feature. When I call your name, you may turn on your microphone. If you prefer, you can only type in the chat box. So feel free to jump in. Questions, comments, reflections are all very welcome. We already got 3 Mr. Colm here who got their hands up. Okay, so the first question is from Siti Nur Hayati. Ibu Siti Nur Hayati, please. Your question, please.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible? Okay, thank you very much to Miss Anissa, who I call Miss Icha, by the way. So actually, I'm really interested in how we integrate AI in the learning process. So, and I was inspired by Miss Icha, by the way. She used ChatBridge AI in the learning process, and I tried to integrate that when I was paying here. The term is I don't know what is the term in English. It's like internship in school. So I would like to ask further about how do we implement AI for interactive learning in the classroom, and how do we teach our young students about AI etiquette? Because nowadays, especially in Indonesia, recently there are numerous issues about AI misuse. So I would like to let them know about AI etiquette, but in like interactive way, because I know the characteristic of my students, and they are not the type of like they hear and they implement. They was like uh different. So I would like to know the way maybe your institutions, British Council, teach your students about AI etiquette. How do you guys teach the AI etiquette for young students? That's my questions. And how do you implement AI for interactive learning? And maybe you can give me some reference about the AI too. I'd love to know from you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Colm, do you want to respond it straight away, or just waiting for the
I
questions?
can do it straight away because there's quite a few points there. Quite quick. I'll try to do it quite quickly. Well, first of all, tomorrow in my webinars for IELTS writing and IELTS speaking, I'm specifically going to be looking at how you can use AI as a coach and as a tool to help you develop your English language skills. So there'll be lots of examples tomorrow, but really on that area, what you'll see me do tomorrow is like, instead of just saying, giving some like sample of your English to a ChatGPT and saying, is this good or bad? That's not a very good prompt. So it's always, AI is only as good as your prompt. So the prompt might be, can you use the IELTS, official IELTS assessment criteria for speaking and analyze this speech and give me some specific feedback on the strengths and weaknesses of this speech? Tell me what is my indicative IELTS band score for each of the assessment criteria, and give me some concrete recommendations for how I can get from this level to the next level. So you need to really spend more time developing very good detailed prompts to get the best out of AI as a coach or as a teacher. I think it's probably best used for giving feedback, and it can both highlight strengths and weaknesses. But again, think very carefully. It's like planning any preparation. Before you use the tool, you got to think very carefully, what can you ask it? Secondly, around the risks and how you work with AI in general with learners, it really depends on their age. Okay? I think you've got to be there's a lot of stuff in the news. I think Grok has just been banned in Malaysia because you can ask it to put people in a bikini or something, right? So there's a lot of risks, and people are misusing technology in different ways. I think we've got to be very aware of this with our students. But I think the first thing to do is to, as an institution, schools and universities should have very clear policies about AI use. And my opinion is not to say that that AI policy is no computers, no AI, because that doesn't reflect real life or how our students are going to be using things at home. You can go to a good university or a top university, maybe in the UK or in Singapore. Often, very they're very uh, well-established universities with a lot of experience and very high rankings and reputation. They often publish their policies so that they're publicly available for students. So, these things are transparent often, and you look at those as a model, and then you can ask yourself, what do we want to implement with our students in our institution? And it might be telling students, these are ways in which we recommend you use AI. This is good practice. And these are things that we don't want you to do. Yeah. So have a kind of, this is what we think is a good way to responsibly use technology, responsibly use AI. And this is maybe cheating, or this is just not helping you develop your own critical thinking. This is not helping you develop, if you just ask AI to do your essay for you, then you're going to be guilty of plagiarism. You're going to be guilty of just relying on technology. It's not your own work, things like this. I mean, it's a big question, and I could talk for a long time, but I hope that helps a little bit. But I will stop there because I want to hear from Ahmed and Mohammed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You'll see me tomorrow in webinar call, I hope. Yeah. Okay, next question is from Mr. Ahmad. Bapak Ahmad. Can I call you Mr.? Okay, Mr. Ahmad. Okay, go jump in.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Miss Anissa. My question is, the context first. In Indonesia, English language is taught from a very young age. I think it's from elementary school. Yet, there is a profound gap in confidence, just like you said. My experience reveals a discouraging social environment where learners are often labeled so English or mocked for their regional accent. For those who lack the opportunity to travel abroad, like Miss Anissa, the local environment is their only place for getting impact, have a biggest impact for practicing speaking and getting confidence. My question is, why do you think creating a supportive environment remains such a monumental challenge in country like Indonesia? And from a linguistic standpoint, how can we as a teachers improve or solve that problem? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, that's a great question. I'm going to say a lot, but very quickly. Okay, you ready? There's huge amounts to say. One, assessment of all four skills is important, and with AI and these AI tools, you can do it now for free. You can do it quickly and cheaply. So everybody should know their level of English. Okay, there's a test called you can Google this. English Score is a great free test. Obviously, if you want a certificate, you have to pay for it. But it's a tool on a mobile phone. Okay, it's really for older teenagers and adults. But everybody should know their level of English. And then we should be rewarding students who make good progress. Not necessarily the best students. You don't have to be the top student. But if you make significant progress, if you see your improvement, we should be rewarding people. We got to create environments in schools where trying to use English, that communicative competence, is rewarded, and get rid of environments where like mistakes are penalized, where people are like, oh, you made a mistake, you lose marks. We want to encourage this kind of fluency rather than accuracy, okay? Because accuracy comes through fluency. And how do we do that? The main way that we'll do that is by changing the dynamic in the classroom from being very teacher-centered, I'm the teacher, you all are students, be quiet and listen to me, to learner-centered teaching, where again, the teacher might set up an activity, but once the activity is running, it might be group work or pair work, the teacher is silent and listening, and students are doing activities in the classroom, and they're using limited amounts of English to do a task, okay? And then there's a lot of noise in the classroom because everybody's speaking at the same time. That's fine. Everybody's talking to each other, okay? Or maybe the students are presenting as a group, okay? And the teacher is, most of the time, the teachers should be observing students, listening to students, and then at the end, praising students for great things that they heard, maybe in a very nice way, correcting or giving recommendations for how things could have been done a little bit different or a little bit better. Now, that is going to be a massive shift in the kind of culture of learning in a lot of schools in Indonesia, okay, which are used to teacher-centered, teacher-focused classrooms. So we'll need a shift from, support from headmasters, from the ministry to create these kind of environments. And then also from parents to understand why this is being done. That is the best way to get students to start sort of using English. Also giving students opportunities through things like project work, make a film, make a video, write a play, and then having maybe additional extracurricular clubs, competitions. All of these things are going to help. So getting teachers to better understand learner-centered teaching is probably at the heart of everything, and it's been that way for a long time. And then there are lots of different elements that need to change, including English teachers' own proficiency, assessment literacy. Okay, I think you've got your hand back up. We will run out of time, but you asked a big question, and there's a lot of things to say about it. So I think we'll get there, but we're getting there a little bit slowly at the moment. You got your hand back up, Ahmed. Do you want to come back at me? What do you want to say?
No. I think it's enough, and thank you for the answers. It's really helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Mohammed. Oh, sorry, Anissa, back to
Yes.
you.
We have under 3 minutes for Q&A session, and over to you, Mr. Iqbal, please.
Thank you, Miss. But I don't think that the time will be enough for my question because to be honest, I'm really interested with your topic, Mr. Downs, because I also wanted to telling you my experience regarding this, and I really intrigued and really like the last 2 slides that you've shown me, the key points, and then the graphic from between the language focus of the AFL and the EMI. Was it? No, the other spectrum. Oh, yeah, that one. Because as a educator myself, I've been trying to implement this so that into the level of English as the maybe as a CLIL, where I try to integrate some of the media in English or method when I'm trying to teach my students in English, but not to teach the contents or the skill, but using the skill to understand the context, because we're talking about the intercultural, communicative, intercultural, to get the understanding about multicultural or intercultural competence. For example, I've been using some methods like when I teach English about what is it?
1 minute, Mr. Iqbal, sorry.
It won't be enough, Miss Isha. Maaf, it won't be enough for my questions even to answer it.
Iqbal, what you gotta turn it into a question. Turn it into a question.
Turn it into a short question.
Oh my God. So there are lots of difficulties for students. And in my questions is I'm struggled with finding some context that needs to be used for teaching students while using English as the media. For example, I'm using the ND to learn some narrative genre text when I'm teaching English, but it's kind of I'm kind of struggled with some of the aspects and the other one I also use debating as the media, but
I'm sorry to interrupt and to stop you, Mr. Iqbal. It's already
All
over.
right.
Okay, maybe Mr. Kom has already got the key point.
Okay.
I think
Sorry, Miss. Sorry,
I don't know
Miss.
if I've got exactly the key point, but I'll finish with a kind of closing comment on this slide and relating to what Iqbal was talking about. Okay.
Yeah, please.
And it's in the heart of learner-centered teaching as well. Okay. We have to give more power to our learners, more power, more choice. So in terms of like content and language integrated learning, find out what your students are interested in or find out what they are expert in, and then ask them to teach you and the other students about what they're passionate about. So you might have a student in your classroom who's very good at, I don't know, he knows a lot about K-pop, all right? Or he knows a lot about engineering, or he's whatever it is, whatever, find it, or some computer game, yeah? They're very passionate about that they're playing, okay? It really often the content is just a vehicle for language and grammar. And if the students are maybe, you can say, next week, you could give the class a 3-minute presentation or a 4-minute presentation about that bit of content. So we learn a little bit more about this thing that you're interested in. Then you could be the language teacher and focus on the grammar and the vocabulary. But your students will be interested and passionate because they're talking about a subject that they care about. And I think that will make everybody more motivated and happy to come to class. Whilst we've got to, and that goes back to why I support Curriculum Merdeka, because that freedom, it gives teachers some freedom within the curriculum to be more learner-centered, okay? There were other bits of it that I know were problematic. Anissa, we got to finish, haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Iqbal's question is actually marks the ends of this session. So before I wrap things up, I'd like to briefly summarize what Mr. Kom has shared and discussed with us today, everyone. So Mr. Kom emphasized that English language proficiency alone is insufficient for global participation. So students must also develop intercultural communication, intercultural competence and professional communication skills. He also advocated for integrating these competencies into English language teaching through curriculum, teacher training, and leveraging technology to create cross-cultural connections. And what I note, one last thing that I note, in order to develop the intercultural communication, we need to learn to develop the ability to ask questions and listen carefully, because most of the people only listen to judge, not to listen carefully. So on behalf of Universitas Suryakancana Cianjur and the third iConnects committee, I would like to sincerely thank Mr. Kom Peter Dons for a very engaging, fruitful, and thought-provoking sessions. Being our keynote speaker, your talk really helped keep the momentum of the conference going, and your perspectives on intercultural and communicative competence have given us plenty to reflect on, especially in the Indonesian context. I'd also like to thank all participants for your active participation. thoughtful questions and great energy throughout the session. Before we officially close, we would like to maybe can anyone join me to thank Mr. Kong by typing the claps in the chat box, or maybe like give using the chat box. Using the reaction features. So before we officially close, we would like now to proceed with a certificate handover to our keynote speaker as a token for our appreciation. So, Tom, may I kindly ask you to stay on screen for a moment while the committee displays the certificate. Okay, this is a symbolic handover to Mr. Kong Peter Downs as the keynote speaker. Okay, so
Cianjur in person.
yeah, we will look forward to seeing you in person in Cianjur. Yeah. So to the committee, please proceed with, okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Once again, Mr. Kong, thank you for sharing your time, experience, and insights with us today. And all participants, thank you for joining the session. We hope you continue to enjoy the rest of the conference. Stay energized for the upcoming keynote sessions. Have a wonderful day, everyone. See you in the next session. The MC of the house, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kong.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the plenary session. Let us express our sincere appreciation to all keynote speakers and moderators for their valuable contribution.
Please give them a round of applause, or you may also send your appreciation through emojis in the chat box. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 30-minute break. The conference will resume at 1:15 with the invited speaker parallel session, followed by the parallel paper presentation session. Kindly be punctual. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, during the invited speaker parallel session, we will have two distinguished invited speakers.
In room 1, we are honored to welcome Dr. Muhammad Nur Salehuddin bin Saripudin from University Putra, Malaysia.
In room 2, we will be joined by Mrs. Badria Empede, Supervisor of the Regional Office of Education Branch 4.
Following this session, the conference will continue with the parallel paper presentation sessions, where presenters and participants will be assigned to 24 breakout rooms.
Each breakout room will consist of 5 presenters guided by a moderator.
You may check your assigned room in schedule provided. Should you need further assistance, please contact the committee or the IT team displayed as IT_full name. Thank you.
Sugih mukti si sugi mukti yu urang singkil gawe sing rancage di barunu ajeng ikhtiar Cianjur 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 bangsana budak Cianjur 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 bangsana bantang pilar budaya kaos nama lain diluhur ajena pancen urang ngarumatan pilar budaya ciri mandiri aju kulit masih kapangi larap nakahirupan Cianjur 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 bangsana budak Cianjur 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 bangsana bantang pilar budaya kaos nama lain diluhur ajena pancen urang ngarumatan pilar budaya ciri mandiri aju kulit masih kapangi larap nakahirupan Cianjur Cianjur bangsana budak Cianjur Cianjur bangsana pandang Cianjur Cianjur sana budak Cianjur Cianjur sana pandang bagimu negeri jiwa raga
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru, gunungnya ramai saja yang madamku bisa berpari samuna keke samuna keke soleram 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 anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya kampunan jauh di mata kunwangsan sebaku liliang takkan aja kawan-kawan alamu sangke basuh yang surya. I was born a fool, broken all the rules. Ooh. Saying all no, denying all the truth. Ooh. Everything has changed. It all happened for a reason. Down from the first stage. It isn't something we fought for. Never wanted this kind of pain. Telling myself so good and heartless, but one thing you should know.
Have I ever told you I want you to the bone? Have I ever called you when you are all alone?
And if I ever forget to tell you how I feel, listen to me now, babe. I want you to the bone.
I want you to the bone. I want you to the bone. Maybe if you can't see what I feel through my bones and every corner in me, that your presence that grows. Maybe I nurture it more by saying how I feel,
but I didn't need it before. I want you to the bone.
I want you to take me home. I'm falling, love me long, I'm rolling, losing control, body and soul, mind so for sure I'm already yours. Walk you down, I'm all in, hold you tight, you core, I'll take control, body and soul, mind so for sure I'm already yours.
Would that be alright? Yeah. Yeah, would that be alright?
I want you to the bone. Oh my, oh my, oh my, yeah, You know all the things I've said, you know all the things that we have done, and things I gave to you.
There's a shame for me to say how precious you are in my life, and you know that is true.
To be with you is all that I need. 'Cause with you, my life is brighter, and these are all the things I wanna say. I will fly into your arms and be with you till the end of time. Why are you so far away? You know it's very hard for me to get myself close to you.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much.
At long last love has arrived, and thank you God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you.
But I'm the way that I stand, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, there are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that I feel. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. I love you, baby, and it is quite alright. I need you, baby, to White silicon eyes, watching storms, sitting quiet, reading books in the heat of city lights. Bored, everyone's bored. When I'm restless, put me under. The nightlife starts and I will feel grounded. I know I'm just a girl. Can I change lives? If I am nothing, if I am trying, I think I can. I step on broken glass and dream of soft clouds. When feelings are heavy, they become all we are. And we become nighttime dreams, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers and streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we the quiet lust belongs to all of us and drives us closer into the madness of the world of a girl. 'Cause everyone dies and nobody lives, and somebody dies right now. I hear the call, sweet music, no one sings, and we become nighttime dreams, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreams and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we all I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. All I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. Nothing can die about me, nothing can die about me, nothing can die about me, till we become nighttime dreams, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreamers. Nothing can die, nothing can die.
Pertanyaannya sih udah ada.
Tadi mah mau ngajak gimana bisa kasir apa mending sudah tuh perlu nih mesti kan yang dari gue. Kede.
Aku 415 sistem social tadi. Saya Portuguese. Oh, Portuguese ordinary. Tapi kalau sering kerja itu salah mau dia. Oh, nggak ada sekarang ini kedengeran. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors.
The successful organization of the third iConnects 2026 would not have been possible without the generous support of
Skybright Learning Center,
Kopitarium,
Rumah Alifa,
and iConnects.
We would also like to express our appreciation to all media partners for their support and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third International Conference on Education of Suryakancana iConnects 2026.
We hope you had a refreshing break and are now ready to continue with our next agenda.
We will now proceed to the invited speaker parallel session.
In this session, we are honored to present two distinguished invited speakers who will be delivering their presentation simultaneously in separate virtual rooms.
Before we begin, we would like to remind all participants to continue observing the conference do's and don'ts. Please ensure that your microphone remains muted during the session and use the designated time or chat box for questions.
Mute your microphone when you're not speaking at the very bottom left corner.
Open your webcam, dress appropriately, and please use the virtual background provided or use an appropriate photo if you won't be appearing.
Use your pre-designated display name according to the code with your real name attached. Go to the participant list and find your name, choose more, and rename.
Do not share screen and operate annotation.
Send questions in the chat box. State full names.
Report any technical issues to the committee through the chat box with the committee label right after the name.
For this invited speaker parallel session, the sessions are arranged as follows.
In room 1, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Muhammad Nur Salihuddin Saripudin. This session will be moderated by Mr. Asep Saipullah SS MPD from Suryakancana University.
In room 2, we are honored to welcome Mrs. Badia MPD. The session will be moderated by Dr. Halimah MPD from Suryakancana University. They will be discussing innovations in English education and English language teaching relevant to our theme of empowerment and innovation in education.
Each session will discuss topics relevant to innovation, empowerment, and applied linguistics in education.
Dibagi dua room ya, kayaknya gitu ya.
You will shortly be assigned to your respective room by our operator.
To Mr. Asep Saifullah, SS MPD, and Dr. Halimah MPD, the floors are now virtually yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salimahnya belum masuk. Salimah mana? Di ruangan. Masuk aja, Mister.
Masuk ke room ini teh.
Coba cara salin link itu, room itu. Atau kayak itu tuh partisipasi. Ambil itu. Gimana tuh ya? Itu tulisannya apa tuh? Hari itu udah ada di kota. Itu berarti udah ada di kota. Ini aku tekan di sini. Langsung keluar banget tuh. Dan rumah aku main login. Bisa nggak ini ada tautan
Besok datang.
Itu banyak banget. Banyak anak-anak buka di jalan hiking.
Stop dulu aja. Yang room 1 kan?
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bamai jauh, bagaimanapun di Samantara, bagaimanapun di Samantara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, Samalayang iman bidadara, Samalayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan, makai go gorokan sayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan, makai go gorokan sayang. Sajojo Yumadam ko bisa papare sa muna keke, sa muna keke. Soleram anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya. Kampungan jauh di Mato, Kunwangsan sebaku liliang, takkan aja kawan alamu, sangke basuh yang surya. has changed. It all happened for a reason. Down from the first stage. It isn't something we found for. Never wanted this kind of pain. Telling myself so good and heartless, but one thing you should know.
Candi break meren. Breakout room-nya apakah sudah tersedia?
White silicon eyes, watching storms, sitting quiet, reading books in the heat of city lights. Bored, everyone's bored. When I'm restless, put me under. The nightlife starts and I will feel grounded. I know I'm just a girl, but can I change lives? If I am nothing, if I am trying, I think I can. I step on broken glass and dream of soft clouds. When feelings are heavy, they become all we are. And we become nighttime dreams and street walks. should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers and streetwalkers and small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers and real. The quiet lust belongs to all of us and drives us closer into the madness of the world of a girl. Cause everyone lies and nobody lies and somebody dies right now. I hear the quiet, sweet music, no one sings. And we become nighttime dreams, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreams and moonwalkers and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers and streetwalkers and small talkers, when we should be daydreamers and moonwalkers and dream talkers and real. All I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. All I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. Nothing can die while we are here. 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 Till we become nighttime dreamers, streetwalkers,
Kan udah acara kapok. Ini apa ya?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. We will now proceed to the parallel paper presentation session.
Before we begin, we would like to remind all participants to continue observing the conference do's and don'ts.
Mute your microphone when you're not speaking at the very bottom left corner.
Open your webcam, dress appropriately, and please use the virtual background provided or use an appropriate photo if you won't be appearing.
Use your pre-designated display name according to the code with your real name attached. Go to the participant list and find your name, choose more, and rename.
Do not share screen and operate annotation.
Send questions in the chat box, state full name.
Report any technical issues to the committee through the chat box with the committee label right after the name. Thank you for your cooperation.
For this parallel session, participants will be assigned to 24 breakout rooms. Each room will be facilitated by a moderator and a timekeeper, and each room will accommodate 5 presenters. Presenter will deliver their paper or poster presentation according to the schedule provided.
No. We would also like to remind our presenters and participants to ensure that your display name follows the assigned format. This is important to help the committee and moderators manage the session smoothly.
You will now be assigned to your respective breakout rooms by the IT team. Please pay attention to the notification on your screen and click the Join button to enter your assigned room. We wish all presenters a successful session. Good luck and enjoy your presentation.
Kepada peserta yang masih di main room, diminta untuk mengganti nama sesuai dengan roomnya masing-masing agar kita mudah untuk memasukkan Anda ke roomnya masing-masing. Terima kasih. Silahkan dicek di program book untuk ruangan masing-masing. Si Tuntun ruangan.
Mereka separuh dua-dua.
Untuk presenter segera accept masuk ke ruangannya masing-masing.
الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن
Musik Sugih Mukti
Cianjur bangsana muda Cianjur bangsana gantang Cianjur kota kalasur biasana keruhun urang yuk babarengan hayu sauyunan urang loncat kembang wangunan Cianjur boga udagan kenyungsi sugi mukti yuk urang singkil gawe sing rancage di Bandung ajeng ikhtiar Cianjur bangsana budak Cianjur bangsana gantang Pilar budaya kaos nama lain diluhur ajena pancen urang rumatan pilar budaya ciri mandiri aju kulit masih kapangi larapkeun ngakahirupan Cianjur
ku jalani dan tahan. Aku tahu tipemu yang berandalan, jangan komplain soal keadaan. Oh my God.
White silicon eyes, watching the storm, sitting quiet, reading books in the heat of city lights. Bored, everyone's bored. When I'm restless, put me under the nightlife stars, and I will feel grounded. I know I'm just a girl, but can I change lives? If I am nothing, if I am trying, I think I can. I step on broken glass and dream of soft clouds. When feelings are heavy, they become all we are, and we become nighttime dreams, and streetwalkers, and small talkers, when we should be daydreams, and moonwalkers, and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers, and streetwalkers, and small talkers, when we should be daydreamers, and moonwalkers, and dream talkers, and real. The quiet lust belongs to all of us and drives us closer into the madness of the world of a girl. Cause everyone lies and nobody lies, and somebody dies right now. I hear the quiet, sweet music, but no one sings. And we become nighttime dreams, streetwalkers, small talkers, when we should be daydreams, and moonwalkers, and dream talkers, and we become nighttime dreamers, and streetwalkers, and small talkers, when we should be daydreamers, and moonwalkers, and dream talkers, and real. All I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. All I ever know is what I dream about when I'm sober. Never turn away from love before the love you have is over. Nothing can die while we are here. 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 Then we become nighttime dreams, street
Ulang lagi itu tiga ganti terus pertanyaan apa anjir betul aku kadang kayak kenapa pilih pilih unggul aku tuh udah jawab seadanya
aja gitu.
Permohonan cermati Mas ngomong dum apanya keluarga itu tidak sama berhak. Berjum-jum jadi sama berhak. Aku
Wait, how? Kenapa gak ada suaranya?
Aku senang awalnya dari ini semua. Terus depan dulu kemarin bilang gitu aja. Gak ada kemudian. Iya. Terus semua bisa lancar tapi. Di koin mana? Enggak. Mantap ini. Oh, lockdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. We have now reached the final agenda of the third International Conference on Education of Suryakancana, iConnects 2026.
The closing speech will be delivered by the Secretary of the English Education Study Program, Dr. Vina Nurfiani, SS MPD. To Dr. Vina Nurfiani, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Director and Vice Rector of Suryakancana University, the Honorable the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of Suryakancana University, the Honorable the Head of the English Education Study Program, the Honorable the Lecturers of the English Education Study Program, Suryakancana University, distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters, partners, or all participants, and the organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusion of iConnect 2026, I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who made this event a resounding success. My sincere thanks go to our distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, participants, sponsors, and volunteers who have contributed significantly to the success of this event. Moreover, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee and all those working hard behind the scene. Their dedication have made this conference meaningful. And finally, I'd like to offer our sincere apologies for any inconvenience and shortcoming occurred during this conference. Thank you very much for your participation. I look forward to seeing you at our next event, iConnect 2028. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Vina Nurfiani, for the closing speech.
Before we officially conclude the conference, we kindly invite our participants to turn on their cameras for the final documentation session. On my count, please get ready. On my count, first screen, 1, 2, 3.
Second screen. 1, 2, 3.
Third screen. 1, 2, 3.
Fourth screen. 1, 2, 3.
Fifth screen. 1, 2, 3.
The last screen. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
We would also like to extend our appreciation to sponsor and all media partners. And
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for your participation in iConnects 2026.
we also sincerely apologize for any shortcomings that may have occurred during the conference.
We hope this conference has provided valuable insights and meaningful academic exchange. We
look forward to welcoming you again at the next iConnects. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessing to us all.
Shalom.
Santi Om.
Namo Buddhaya.
Waidedongtian.
Before we conclude, we would like to inform all participants that the certificate and conference proceeding will be distributed via the WhatsApp group or email.
You will be notified once they are available, and feel free to contact us for further assistance. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you for joining iConnect 2026 and see you again in iConnects. I don't know. Terima kasih.
Udah, see you on top. Thank you. Ini Nora.
And start.
warnai bintang di jiwa.
Boleh meninggalkan ruangan Zoom kita. Sekali lagi, on behalf of the committee, we'd like to say thank you very much. And it's ended our sessions today. Terima kasih atas partisipasinya. Semoga kita bisa berjumpa lagi di acara berikutnya. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Miss.